Hello, I'm Dr. Anna McMichael. I'm Head of Strings at the Sir Zelman Cowen School of Music and Performance at Monash University and the Honours Coordinator. This project is called Climate Notes, and as you'll see, there are two screens. One screen shows climate scientists' letters, and this is taken from the Is This How You Feel project, which was initiated by the Australian National University in Canberra by Joe Duggan, and asking climate scientists to respond on an A4 page, writing their emotions and how they feel about climate change. For this project, we asked a group of composers to write musical works, and that is what you'll see on the other screen.
Hello, my name's Dr. Louise Devonish, also from the School of Music and Performance. I'm the convener of the Classical Music Stream and director of an artistic research project called the Sound Collectors Lab. The 6 composers that Anna and I worked with on Climate Notes come from all over Australia. They include Kate Moore, Dylan Chrismani, Bree Van Ryk, Daniel Blinkhorn, Damien Barbler, and Kathy Milliken. The films that you'll be watching were recorded by Anna and I and Anna's son Lucian, and brought together in this film format by visual designer Nick Rue. We'd like to thank the Royal Botanic Gardens of Victoria for access to the Cranbourne Arid Garden for the first film in the sequence you're about to see.
the Irish person. I haven't been to Australia, but
Sorry about that.
No.
Okay. Yep. Now. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Monash Pavilion on our thematic day on food, agriculture and water. My name is Anke Leroux. I'm an environmental and behavioral economist and associate professor at Monash University. And you'll see me throughout the day as I'm introducing the different exciting events that we still have planned for the rest of the day. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the First Nations peoples of the lands you may be joining us from today. And I extend my warmest welcome to our Indigenous guests and participants as well. It's now my absolute pleasure to hand over to Natalie Collard, CEO of Farmers for Climate Action, who will introduce our panelists and the event. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anke. What a delight to be here in the Monash Pavilion today on Agriculture and Water Day at COP28. 28 COPs, and it's our very first celebration of agriculture and water. I pay my respects to the hosts, the United Arab Emirates, and also to all First Nations people and leaders here today. My name, as Anke said, is Natalie Collard. I'm the CEO of Farmers for Climate Action, and we're a movement of over 8,000 farmers in Australia that want urgent climate action. The topic we're exploring today is the future of sustainable agriculture, and it's one that every single generation of farmers for time immemorial has grappled with. From the beginning, farming was about productivity, sustenance, harvesting and growing food to eat. Very quickly, farming was a business and all about productivity and profitability. And today, in the face of a changing climate, agriculture is the industry most impacted by that change, and farmers are adapting and innovating in response. For example, in Australia, in the 1960s, we had 14 days of extreme fire danger. By the decade of 2010, we had 143 days of extreme fire danger. In Australia, CSIRO, or the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, found that climate change was costing the average Australian farmer over $30,000 per annum. With over 80,000 farms in Australia, that represents a serious challenge to long-term business sustainability. But of course, this is farmers we're talking about, the original innovators and adapters. We've already seen selective breeding and tree planting play a big role, as well as making sure there's 100% ground cover to help keep carbon in the soil. And many livestock farmers in Australia have seriously reduced emissions by maintaining ground cover and planting in shelter belts. This helps the stock grow faster because they spend less energy keeping cool in summer and warm in winter. If you visit the Australian Pavilion, you'll see sustainability videos from the National Farmers Federation and from Farmers for Climate Action. And you'll see one of our farmers hosting a biodirectional solar farm. Sadly, due to extreme drought, those solar panels are her largest source of income for the last 2 years. Clean energy represents income diversification business resilience, as well as significant emissions reduction economy-wide. In all cases where on-farm sustainability measures are right, we found that long-term profitability and resilience also improve, not to mention the environmental and biodiversity benefits. However, to arrest global warming, farmers are being asked to reduce on-farm emissions at a pace never seen before. How do we identify the pathways, technology, investment, research, innovation and extension that is needed to support farmers in every country, across every commodity, while feeding the world and being on the front line of climate impacts themselves? Here to put their impressive minds to this very question, we are extremely fortunate to have some outstanding panellists, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you today Marcos Pereira. Marcos is the Vice President of Rural Sociedad de Argentina. He's a seasoned leader in Argentine agriculture and played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of rural development. He's a member of Wharton Executive Board for Latin America and the chair of the Argentinian Forestry Roundtable. His agribusiness interests include corporate farming, cattle rearing, forestry, apiculture and natural reserve management. Welcome, Marcos.
Thank you.
Hailing from the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, we're honoured to have Vitu Chinoko. Vitu brings a wealth of experience in leveraging technology for sustainable agriculture, particularly in the African context. He's currently undertaking his PhD on Paris Agreement differentiation architecture and its impact on the climate politics of developing countries. He has extensive experience in advocacy and influencing sustainable development, climate change and agricultural investment. He's an experienced climate negotiator with over 12 years negotiating for Malawi in the UNFCCC. Welcome, Vitu. Evan O'Brien is at the forefront of addressing food security challenges, co-founding Food Cloud, and driving initiatives that bridge gaps in the food supply chain. Food Cloud tackles food waste by connecting food businesses with local charities and community groups, providing an environmentally sensitive alternative to throwing away perfectly good food. We're all for that. She has previously worked at ERM and at JP Morgan in London, assessing the environmental and social risks associated with transactions in mining, oil, gas, carbon, power, forestry, cement, agriculture, manufacturing, and one more, infrastructure. Welcome, Evan. And finally, it's my great pleasure to introduce my friend, David Yohinki. David is the president of the National Farmers Federation of Australia and a third-generation grain and livestock farmer from northwest Victoria. David is a past president of the Victorian Farmers Federation, chair of the Regional Partnership for Wimmera Southern Mallee, and a board member of the Grampians Wimmera Mallee Water. As I've seen firsthand, David is a leader committed to advancing sustainable practices in Australian agriculture. Welcome, David.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions to kick us off to the whole panel, if I might. So I'll start with you, Evan, and then we might move through. I would love to know what does sustainable agriculture mean to you, and how does it compare to agriculture today?
Yeah, so our lens at Food Cloud is looking at the issue of food waste, and 30% of food produced globally is wasted, which is a waste of resources, a waste of water, and then raises serious moral questions when 800 million people across the world don't have enough to eat. So our vision is for a world where no good food goes to waste. So that's where we want to get to. How we're currently doing it, we're focused on the food waste hierarchy, on redistributing any food that's perfectly good, that can be eaten, should be eaten. It's the most environmentally friendly approach. Obviously, prevention being first, but that's what we're doing, and we've two solutions to that. So we have warehouses and transport in an Irish context where we take surpluses in and get them out to community groups where they are food insecure. but we've also developed a technology platform that links retailers, manufacturers directly to charity and community organisations, and through that we've been able to scale our impact. So at a very local level, you've got a store manager and a retailer or a farmer that can connect to its local community organisations when there's no marketplace for what's left. That's very local action, but in the terms of a global problem, we've been able to scale through technology to work in the UK, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and most recently in Kenya. So through our platform, we're redistributing the equivalent of about 1 million meals to 7,500 charities across 4 countries. So what's really exciting and what's really important is food systems are local, but they have a global context. So I suppose for us, it's a vision for a world where no good food goes to waste, and doing things locally but with a global lens is where we want to see things go. And our little piece of the jigsaw is around food recovery.
And if anyone's doubting the impact that creates, let's remember that we currently produce enough food to feed the world, yet a lot of the world is going hungry.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
congratulations on being an innovator in that space.
Thank you.
Marcos,
Yes.
what does sustainable agriculture mean to you, and how does it compare to agriculture today?
All right, thank you. Thank you all for invitation here. Okay, let's talk about, my country is a very farming country. It's one of the core businesses. We've been farming for a long time. We've been conquering the pampas, how we say. Those were enormous grasslands, which were at first turned into cattle lands, and later on into croplands. The cattle was displaced to other areas with less productivity. Well, for me, sustainability means, first, a balanced carbon emission. This is the first thing we need to take care of, because climate change is something which is completely immediate. It's going to be hard. So I believe this is the first thing. In this sense, Argentina has certain practices which are, I think, good in these terms, because we do no-till in around 90% of our cropland. We do all year round grassland cattle growing with only 10% of feedlots. So we grow major parts of our cattle in grasslands. So if we take the balance, we're measuring now, we're doing all our difficult task of measuring each farm and certifying it in order to know, and not only to know the actual inventory, but also to project in the future which is the best path to go through that. But so in the end, it's first carbon balance, then it is biodiversity, and of course the courses, water courses, and all the pollution that we do around this. So it's a never-ending story. You can always do things better. The best thing is to start with a map of what you have today, and we need to trace it. We need to align the incentives in order for the farmers to do the job. It is an individual job for each farmer. Mm-hmm. I think in the end, the great truth is that sustainability has to be a business if we want it to change. Right now, sustainability is not a business. It's an effort. And mostly, it's a cost of opportunity thing. We have to sacrifice profits to do it. So, as you mentioned, we need to change our mentality, but if the mentality is still profits, somehow we have to negotiate with the other parties, I would say the fossil energy parties, to start. We have to somehow coordinate things so that sustainability is profitable. And we know the only solution is for land sustainability to do it. So we have a great challenge ahead, let's put our shoes and go forward.
Sounds like a great roadmap to me.
Thank you.
V2, what do you see that sustainable agriculture means to you, and how is it different to agriculture today?
Yeah, thank you once again for inviting us, and we are really happy to be here. I think my response to that would be very contextual from where I'm coming from in terms of what I do, but also my experience in this process. I think I like to look at sustainability from the intersection of people, environment, and policy. And the reason for that is because, as you can see, we have this traditional definition of what is sustainable development. And I think it's important to start from there. But I think when it comes to Africa and from the angle where I'm working, I'm looking at how do we want to make sustainable agriculture speak to the people? Because it is very easy to look at agriculture for other things, but I think it's very important that agriculture is at the center of people's livelihoods. And for Africa, I think it goes beyond that. It's not just livelihoods, it's about economy, it's about everything. So when I look at where we are today, and I see reports, for example, that Africa is largely food insecure, then I also see, on the other hand, that for us to meet that food demand, we're having to import food, and the current food import bill is around 35 billion US dollars to Africa. And then some of the countries that we are having to import food from, their climate is not so good. So I'm really wondering, where is the problem? And I think when you look at Africa, maybe even without looking at outside Africa, the north of Africa is basically arid, and it's less food insecure. The rest of Africa receives a lot of rain. It's food insecurity. So I'm really having to ask questions. Where is the problem? And I think this is why I'm saying there's that intersection between people, policy, and the environment. It's not just about climate. I think there's quite a lot that we can discuss about that. But I think it's very important for me that I think when you're talking about sustainable agriculture, it's really about putting people in the center. But at the same time, also look at how do we want to ensure that the environment is also preserved, and where could be the solution. And this is where I'm really thinking that perhaps as Africa, we've not utilized some of the solutions that have been used elsewhere that could be used in Africa for food security. So I'm looking at, for example, the issue around agriculture biotechnology, which is my new area of work, where some of the food that we import into Africa is actually coming from countries that have used agriculture biotechnology to improve production. And then in Africa, we're having to say that we don't want biotechnology, or don't want agriculture biotechnology. And I'm really wondering where is our interest, because my own country, for example, I think the first time we had to import GMO foods into the country was because we were suffering from drought. And then because we didn't have a law, we had to immediately mill all the maize and distribute flour to people. And then until now, we're still not very categorical in terms of our position on agriculture biotechnology. So what I'm really trying to say is that I think we need to get our policies right, even as we're looking at the issues around technology, but also within that, let's look at the needs of the people that we are working with, ensuring that everything else is speaking to the needs of the people. So people have to be at the center of whatever we're calling sustainable agriculture. So maybe in conclusion, it tells me that perhaps there's no one answer to what sustainable agriculture is. Sustainable agriculture is extremely contextual. It has to speak to what the people need. I'm actually wondering sometimes, even when it comes to food security, whether some of the foods that we've promoted in our jurisdictions have not been accepted by people, and this perhaps could also be leading to your issue around food wastage, because if the food that you're promoting to be growing is not what people want, people will not eat it. So in the end of the day, really ensuring that people are at the center of what we're doing forms a big bulk of what could be sustainable agriculture and everything else that comes with it.
Thank you, V2. I love your contextual challenge and your academic mind brought to this, because in Food and Fibre we're really good at thinking about centering people when they're consumers, but we don't necessarily centre people when we think they've all got a vested interest in a really healthy, sustainable, viable food and fibre supply chain or value chain, and that production end, which really broadens perhaps the solutions we can bring and where we can source them from. David, what does sustainable agriculture mean to you, and how does it compare to agriculture today?
Well, sustainability is really simple as far as I'm concerned. It's being able to do what we're doing today for the next generation in a balance. And one way we can do that is obviously measure, and we've spoken about measurements and making sure that we've got that in our own environments, because what I do on my farm may not be possible in somebody else's, and vice versa of their techniques and processes. But the key thing when we talk about sustainability and what we want to achieve is utilising the smarts of not only our own brethren, but also globally, what are the opportunities? And this is the great dilemma that the discussion around carbon is really throwing up for us, because this wasn't a discussion for us a decade ago. We understood the environmental benefits, making sure that we had our footprint under control, but measuring it in the sense of carbon was something that really has only come to the forefront lately. And in agriculture, that is, and that's why we're here today, actually, to be a part of the conversation, because agriculture itself traditionally has been spoken about but not spoken with. And when we talk about the different techniques, and this is where it's really great that Monash is a part of this conversation today, is that we need the smarts, we need the science behind what is the art of possible, and get that down to the farmer base, because that is the front line of making change. And it's great to have a policy and making an agreement in Paris 28 years ago. But nothing happens unless we're doing it on the ground. And so for me, it is that sustainable practice moving forward. It is the ability to talk to the agriculturalists across the globe and also have that vision. And I guess in Australia, that's one thing what we do have is we've got a roadmap that we want agriculture to increase its value. And one of those pillars, those 5 pillars that we have, does address food insecurity, making sure that we minimise our food waste, because we recognise that actually the value of food isn't the price of food as well. Consumers are getting used to having food on demand, production systems, whatever it is, but whatever production type it is, but the actual value of food, for people to actually understand what it takes to produce food, the impact that food has on not only their bottom line, but the production systems that they support, is a great and powerful tool. And for us to engage with consumers in the wider community about what we do and how we do it is one of the keystones of sustainability into the future.
Fantastic, thank you. I can't disagree with any of that. Even you're leveraging technology to innovate. In what ways do you see that technology, especially perhaps AI and machine learning, can contribute to more sustainable agriculture, when we're talking the whole value chain?
Yeah, so we're just experimenting with AI at the moment, and the possibilities are massive, really, in terms of reducing the cost of developing the technology. So obviously software developers are expensive, and developing tech as we're 10 years old, so we're relatively new. So that's going to really reduce the cost of being able to bring technologies to market for a lot of startups in the agri-tech sector. So that's going to be massive, potentially massive. So I suppose that's going to be that's the biggest application I can see of AI, is reducing the cost of the tech. And then from a food loss and waste perspective, what we see as the value of technology is potentially shortening the supply chain from the farm to the consumer, and and the data piece as well of forecasting what's required, all of that kind of stuff. So what we would see in our world is, potentially putting ourselves out of business, because you're actually reducing the waste in the first place. And we do see the length of the supply chain being problematic for some products, not all, and bringing the consumer and the producer closer together through technology would be what we would see as a really potentially very achievable use of technology to reduce food loss and waste, and therefore make the food system more sustainable.
Thank you. I'm inspired and excited. I think technology is coming at us quite fast.
Yeah, and it will be faster with AI, I think. Yeah.
Marcos and David, both of you represent organisations that were part of a alliance statement on climate change. In terms of what the investment and policy settings that you're calling upon the international community and government to sign up to, what do you see is necessary at the national and international levels to encourage and facilitate a shift towards more sustainable and carbon neutral agricultural practices?
Should I start?
Please.
So let me go back to the concept that we need to make sustainability a business. Because, I mean, we live in a scarce world, and it has to be a business. So what does it take? First, we need to measure what we're doing in the farms. We need to encourage the farmers to do sustainable practices. So we need to measure the carbon. We need to try to be a net sequester, not a net emitter. So we have a positive balance. This is clearly the solution. I mean, we need to make our lands to be a carbon sink in the whole world as much as we can. So we start farmer by farmer. To do this, our associations, we need to, like you said, the roadmap. We need a roadmap. But each roadmap is according to the lands of each own lands. So our associations, what we must do is certify that the farmers will go through the roadmap. I think, and we're doing it in Argentina, we're already developing through AI and many different technologies the way to measure each farm, and from each one we'll have a roadmap, particular roadmap, because some people do crop together with cattle, together with forestry, honey, whatever, you know. They have different types of farms. So for each one, we need to have a roadmap, or at least different regions. This is where incentives come. I mean, they won't do it. They won't even certify themselves if you don't show them the carrot, we say in Spanish, la zanahoria. So for us, I mean, it's really important that we turn our practices into sustainable, especially in terms of being a carbon sink. And of course, we always have the other challenges of biodiversity and waters and whatever, you know, but especially we need to capture the carbon again.
Absolutely.
I hope I answered that.
Yeah, you have. I'll throw to David.
We talk about artificial intelligence and the future of agriculture. Sometimes I like to go back to organic intelligence. And sometimes we might outsmart ourselves because farmers actually know what they're doing, if it's right or wrong as well. And policies that have come from top down instead of bottom up are really challenging us, especially when you've got situations where you can drastically change the food supply, the food production, the production systems that we utilise. So I like to lean on agriculture to say, what are the challenges that you have in your systems? How can we overcome it together instead of putting a piece of legislation in and trying to work it out, how do we adapt to this? So yes, data is going to lead us in this conversation. It's going to be us being smarter with how we utilise our resources, how we utilise our inputs, because we know that consumers want to know more about our production than ever before. We know that consumers are asking for that certification that we speak about. But we also know that you can't magic your way out of this scenario. The greenwashing, the conversation around how do you actually verify what we're doing in a common sense way is the challenge for agriculture in many ways, I believe. That we have to make sure that when we ask agriculture to make that change, when we ask agriculture to adopt or adapt the technology, we also have to make sure that it's a practical outcome for everybody. And I think that's the part we're talking about, the balance here between the triple bottom line. So as the leader in our farm policy setting, our challenge is to once again navigate that the requests or the aspirations of people who probably don't get their heels dirty or the nails with dirt underneath it, to get them to understand what the consequences are or the opportunities are of the discussions they have. Take along agriculture in the sense of, well, what is the art of possible, but not denying that with technology or other opportunities we can change or shape that, but also be pragmatic enough to say, actually, if we go down that pathway, you will shut down this industry, or if we go down this other pathway, we can actually increase or make our industry more stable. And for us to have those continual conversations can only happen with relations, and I honestly believe that in agriculture we're a people business. At the end of the day, we rely on people to do the doing. We rely on people to understand what we're trying to promote as far as the value in our product. And more so, it's the population that we feed. So we need to understand what their desires are, what their wants are, and with that combination and through those conversations, we'll actually achieve the outcome that we want. That is that sustainable agriculture for all. And there are a lot of challenges because we know that with climate change, our pests and diseases are changing, the availability of water is changing, the arable land is changing, and we have to adapt to those scenarios. But once again, I think farmers have those solutions intrinsically inside of them. It's just giving them the tools and the ability to go out and achieve it.
Creating policy and building it upwards, I like that. V2, what are the socio-economic impacts of shifting to sustainable agricultural practices, and how can we ensure that this transition is equitable and beneficial for all stakeholders, especially smaller scale farmers?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think because I've also transitioned in my negotiations from agriculture to just transition, so this is quite interesting. One of the things that we are looking at as we're transitioning, or as we're trying to make the climate friendly to all, the whole environment and even the future generations, is a very critical question. To what extent are we going to transition? Are we going to transition to no matter what? Are we going to transition to extinction? Are we going to transition regardless of what that means to our economies? Are we going to transition regardless of whether others transition at the same level? What kind of transition are we going to expect from the leaders? Those are very critical questions. So the reason why I'm bringing that one up is because, again, when it comes to sustainable agriculture, we've had requests, let me call them requests, that Africa, for example, you have a lot of livestock, and you need to reduce on your livestock because it is producing methane and it's exacerbating climate and all that. And for us, we're looking at livestock as an extremely important livelihood, and we're saying if we totally transition, remove all the livestock, what is that going to do to our economies? So one of the things that we are putting out there is that perhaps let's look at how can we bring in innovations into our sector to a level where we're able to meet our own needs, the needs of the communities, without necessarily jeopardizing and undercutting our own livelihoods. So at the University of Nairobi, where I'm studying, there is a research that is going on where very soon we'll be able to produce cattle feed that will be able to cut on emissions by methane by 40% if you feed your cattle with that type of feed. I'm thinking that is one of the breakthroughs that will allow our farmers to continue to have livestock without necessarily cutting on the number of the herd. I'm looking at some of the issues that we are working on around using biotechnology, for example, to improve nutrition with the same kind of plants that we've had, but using biotechnology so that we're able to speak to the issues around nutrition, because sometimes we've defaulted to animals because we lack animal protein. But if, for example, can use plants produce the same amount of nutrition that we want, perhaps will not have need for more livestock. So I'm really looking at going forward that whatever we're going to put forward in view of saving the climate, we are not, again, putting people at a disadvantage. And I think this is very critical, and this is what we're also telling our governments, that you are developing countries. And for example, if you are not seeing the same kind of sustainability efforts from those that are supposed to be leading, then perhaps you need to start thinking about how you're supposed to position yourself. Because it is the same, for example, the developed countries that, for example, are not moving sustainably, that in the event that you are food insecure, they are going to sell your food. So what does that mean? So really, I think for us, we're looking at it from that critical angle, that if we don't produce food, where are we going to get our next food? We are going to get our next food from developed countries. Maybe they'll give us free, but it may not be free. We may have to sell some of our rights when it comes to the spaces like this, because they're giving us food. Or we may have to buy, meaning we may end up putting on hold some of the developments that we're supposed to hold, because first and foremost, will not allow our people to die because we want to build the next block of school. I think at some point that's how critical food is. And I like your point, David, where you talked about we are not very sure if we know the value of food versus the price of food. For me, if my country is having to hold a point of principle because they're going to get food from a developed country, that tells me the value of food and not the price of food. So in the end of the day, we feel like I think there's quite a lot of socioeconomic consideration that we have to make just to ensure that we stay on the path of sustainable development. But more importantly for us, we don't want to undercut the livelihoods. We don't want to undercut our sustainable development pathways to give to our people what they need, just because, for example, we're looking at saving the climate. So I think that's a very contentious point, but allow me to still put it forward. So I think in the end of the day, what we're looking at is sustainable development that is able to, one, I think, balance up the emissions and also sequestration of carbon. But I think where there's need for us to do one more thing, then I think for us we just do what needs to be done. I think we're looking at some of these emissions as necessary emissions rather than luxury emissions. And I think that balance, I know, is very delicate.
Thank you. One of the things I'm learning in examining the challenge of climate change is that it's not a linear question or solution. It actually does genuinely impact every part of our holistic experience. So, for instance, it's not the solutions you put forward are the same ones that are being considered as solutions to reducing emissions in agriculture everywhere. How we access it, with the impact on human health, on economic development, sustainable development, equity, and the continuing farming traditions and security and communities are all part of the equation. So there's a lot at stake here when we're talking about something as fundamental as food, isn't it? Thank you. Any questions for our panel? Tony Mark.
I have a question, me too. Thank you. Could you explain, I have two questions, sorry. Could you just go into a little bit more detail on the project that reduces emissions by 40%? Is that a seaweed-based product or something? But so like that. Also, the point that you raise around alternative protein, and just from a social perspective, if the globe moves away from livestock production, what impact that might have on local communities that is their business, small landholders or farmers in developing countries, that perhaps that might have a real impact on their community, local community. So how do we get that balance right between, you know, being environmental, potentially reducing livestock, but if you did that, then there's a social impact, right?
Yeah. So thank you for that. And I think I'll start with the 40% one. So my colleague is actually working on a research to produce cattle feed that once you feed your cattle with that type of feed, then it will reduce the methane production from the animals by 40%. So we're looking at if you produce that at scale, especially how you can also ensure that that kind of feed is accessible to farmers, because I think there's a cost element. And one of the policy considerations that I'm proposing to this colleague of mine is that perhaps government should buy a stake into that, so that I think as it goes into to farmers, then there's already a cost that has been subsidized in a way by government, because I think farmers may not 100% afford that. But also looking at how can you produce this kind of feed at scale, for example, to be able to satisfy the type of livestock farming that is there, for example, in Kenya. So one of other solutions that I'm also proposing and really putting out there is that how about making this project a regional one instead, for example, just making it a Kenyan one, so that different governments in Ethiopia, we know they have a lot of cattle, Kenya, Tanzania, and let them at that level, for example, on it, so that they can produce at scale. So there's quite a lot, but the science of it is that he believes that this feed can reduce methane production from cattle by 40%. The issue around nutrition and alternative protein, it's really a question around if we want to reduce, for example, animal protein. I know, considering that there's going to be socio-economic ramifications to that, but it's really a question of at least it will save you one thing, because at least it's going to give you protein, because if you completely just remove animals, then I think it destroys your livelihood, but it also deprives you of animal protein. So at least, for example, you can say we now have, for example, a good innovation that we have on that is PBR cowpea. It's a pot borer resistant variety that we've commercialized in Nigeria and Ghana and very soon in Burkina Faso. It is very high in protein, and it is a biotechnology product. So really, if you take that protein and you bring it to Kenya, then you can say, even as we reduce on livestock, if that is your option, then at least on nutrition, you are not worse off. So I think in the end of the day, it's really about putting up all the alternatives out there, and let those alternatives also be accessible and affordable to farmers on the ground. For me, I'm not proposing one for the other. I'm just saying that these are the technologies that are out there, and I think we need to be making ourselves have those alternatives and access them where we can.
Thank you. Our next question.
Hello. Thank you for organizing this session, because it's so wonderful, because agriculture, that is actually the crux of our sustainability. The personal sustainability also related to food, So it is so important to discuss this future of sustainable agriculture. But I have a doubt that, you are speaking about sustainability of agriculture, sustainability of farmers and agriculture, but you never mentioned about natural calamities. That is a gap I did find here. Then I'm sorry, I do not know whether it is correct or not. I am not an expert in the field of agriculture, but I always promote farmers and agriculture. The second one, you said here, this technology enhancement for nutrition. That's a wonderful area, because in a small country having less farmers, less agriculture, they have to promote enhancement of nutrition, nutritive foodstuffs. I do not know how to word it. For that, any research is going on, or otherwise, how will you promote research for sustainable agriculture development for enhancing nutrition? Nutrition, that is very important. Even I belongs to India, the southern part of India, that is Kerala. In there also, government is always sharing their concern with the farmers for not use the pesticides and all, So that is another area to address. So sustainability is good for addressing the natural calamity in one side. The another side, how to promote nutritional value of agriculture. The third one is this say no to pesticides. These three areas, I think we have to address holistically. Then that would be more good, or that is good for the health of the future generation also. Our sustainability, sustainability of a human being depends upon the foodstuffs, that is agriculture. So this is the crux. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Did a member of our panel want to speak to the opportunities and the choice for organic, regenerative, sustainable agriculture and natural capital? Was that you, Marcos?
I can try. Organic is difficult. I mean, first of all, at least in our areas, we don't get the rewards of doing it, and it's really less productive. I mean, we've been doing it in our farms. We're trying to do it in a small area of our farms because it's an experiment. We know that we cannot, I mean, we're doing it. The yields, you have to divide by 2, almost by 2. So, I mean, if you do the quantity price thing, you would have to augment price by 2 as well in order to get the same incentives to do it. The markets are not really still in our area. They're not developed. So we still don't have this kind of opportunity. On the other hand, we have to keep the nutrition side. So if we have to supply half our food, I mean, it's going to be less than 30%. So I think up to now we're not solving organic food totally. But I understand that the pesticide side is an issue.
And I
think
is
an issue.
That the thing I really appreciate about agriculture and farmers is that we are a sector that is covered by large multinational corporate businesses down to farms consisting of tiny plots and one person or part of a person and everything in between. And we're servicing a global community that is equally diverse, and that we're producing food and fibre for that community. And that means, certainly in Australia, there's a growing movement of organic certified farmers that are really passionate and providing food and fibre to that market and receiving the value that makes that profitable for them. Biodynamic farmers similarly. But there's also farmers that are embracing technology like genetic modification and cutting-edge technology to be able to produce food for a different market that is extremely price-sensitive, perhaps. And I think that choice is really important, but also that food standards are always high, so food is never anything other than safe, nutritious and healthy. Would any other panellists like to comment? Bitu?
Yeah, so I think this dichotomy between organic and inorganic, sometimes I find it necessary, but sometimes I also find it unnecessary. Because I think when you look at from where we're coming from, I think it's very clear we need both solutions. And maybe this is where the issue of choice comes in. But for me, I would want to extend beyond that. What is informing your choice? Is it science? Is it just because you've heard? Because I come from that background where I was told everything organic is good and everything inorganic is bad. And I'm thinking that was wrong. I think there has to be background to that. So for me, I would say one of the best things that came out of the UN Food Systems Summit 2 years ago was the fact that there was an endorsement that all technologies are valid depending on the context. And I think for us in Africa, we're getting to there, where, for example, the effect of climate change is such that we've seen that some of the organic practices that we've done are not working. And therefore, if somebody is coming up with a technology that is going to check or come up with the for armyworm resistant, for example. Why can't we go for that? Even if that technology, for example, is biotechnology or is going to require a bit of sophistication. So really for me, I'm saying that we need to go beyond just saying this is bad, this is good, and establish a reason for the why. Second, I think you talked about national calamities, and I want to agree with you that I think for us, it's very important to look at the disaster element of it and what it does to the food systems. And one of the innovations that has come on in the space now is the issue of insurance. How do we want to protect farmers through insurance? And I think for me, I like that because that is one of the solutions that I've seen working in other spaces. But the question is, if we're bringing that solution to Africa, which we should, and I think we have already done that, how do we want to bring it, considering the type of farmers, the type of the space we'll be operating in, and therefore maybe making it totally private may actually sideline a lot of farmers, bringing in government, and not so much from the regulatory point, but really from a point of ensuring that the government incentivizes accessibility of insurance is far much better than just thinking that everything else can be, for example, can be solved from organic or from inorganic and that kind of thing. So I think this space demands that we are extremely dynamic than to be dogmatic on what we think is and should be working, and even when it doesn't work. We've seen, for example, conservation agriculture. I come from a country, and I think that was my first job, working on conservation agriculture. It is very difficult to scale up. Yes, if you do it in a small piece of land, it's going to work. But to do it in a big piece of land where you can feed the whole 5 members of family, it's impossible. So when, for example, we have policy and investment all going to conservation agriculture, I wonder whose interests are we promoting really? So just to say that I think we have to be extremely dynamic, learn from science, and also look at what are the needs that we are trying to address. Thank you.
Any further questions? Harry.
Hi, probably a question for you, Evan. What role do you think farmers have to play in the fight against food waste and food loss? And then you said that you're involved in a number of different countries now, maybe with some pilot projects. How does the loss and the waste profile differ across those countries?
Yeah, so in terms of food loss and waste, and the data is improving all the time, but farm level food waste is actually sometimes not included in the numbers, especially horticulture. So the kind of stats that the UN uses, 30% of food produced is wasted, but a WWF report from last year increased that to 40% when you took into account farm level food waste. But it's very hard to measure farm level food waste, like pre-harvest. So I suppose in an Irish context, what we're doing is working with growers specifically in the horticulture sector rather than the dairy and the milk production, and going deeper with some research. So we're practically rescuing what can be rescued and redistributing it, but then bringing in partnerships with academia to actually try and understand the drivers of food loss and waste at farm level. What's kind of in an Irish context, what's driving it is sometimes retail contracts, specifications on the grade 2 veg. Ireland is very small, so there is no secondary market. So you have your major retailers, but you don't have a dynamic secondary market for the non-grade 1 product. So they're the major challenges. I suppose in terms of, we produced a report on farm level food waste, and the recommendations from the university was better collaboration between the growers. Like, we have very good collaborations in meat and dairy in Ireland, but not so much on the horticulture side. And that's where a lot of the food loss and waste is happening. That's especially through our lens, which is recoverable. So a lot of the dairy waste isn't easily recoverable. So that's kind of where we see the data reporting is really, really important. And at an EU level, last year it was the first year where every member state had to report on its food loss and waste, but it actually didn't include farm level. So it's going to be hard to tackle the issue without the data. So we're probably just, as an NGO, trying to just get in there and do small bits and pieces to inform kind of the work that we do. Then in terms of internationally, so a lot of the recoverable food waste is at retail manufacturing So we redistribute, like in an Irish context, 30% is from retail and food service, 30% manufacturing, and then the rest being kind of farm level. We work in Central Europe, where Ireland is a relatively wealthy country, but in Europe, in say Central Europe, the technology at a retail level is less advanced, so they actually have more waste at a retail level than we have, say, in the UK and Ireland. And then more recently, with our pilot that just started in Kenya, most of their donors are commercial growers, mostly for European retailers. So the surplus is actually the organisations they're working with are actually the green beans, the broccoli providers to the European retailers, and that's where the potential opportunity is. But their retail model is different. So it is very much based on context in terms of where and why food is wasted, and for us then which bit is most easily recoverable, because we're kind of going for the low-hanging fruit all the time. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Any further questions? Simon.
My question relates to engagement with the broader communities in your countries, in communication strategies.
It's okay. Yeah. It's working.
Given that the agricultural sector faces such challenges in climate change context, yet offers so many opportunities to address those challenges, have you found strategies by which you can, what I might call, speak outside your industry to the broader communities in your country? Because as we know, our political decision makers respond to communities generally and often don't listen unless there is a broad spectrum of voices. So have you found strategies to engage with the broadest communities in your countries that work?
Did you all hear the question?
Yeah. What, do you want me to start?
Yeah, I think why not?
Yeah, well, I think, like in an Irish context, we have our biggest challenges around methane emissions associated with like dairy production, and we export 90% of what we produce. In Ireland, the conversation is very polarised between the farming community. So I'm delighted to see your forum. So it's polarised. There's kind of environmental NGOs that are really, want to cut the herd size and like very dramatic change, and then you've got the farming community, and it's not intensive agriculture, so it's mostly family farms, and there is, and then the government are very supportive of the farming communities, but there isn't a middle ground, which I think I'm learning from you guys in terms of the forum that you've set up. We are lacking that middle ground for discussion. In an Irish context, you're either on the environmental side or you're, pro farming, and there are some really progressive farmers that are trying to change the narrative, but I don't think you'll be coming to Ireland to, in terms of that conversation of including all the stakeholders, we probably haven't gotten there yet. So, yeah.
Marco?
In the case of Argentina, we are also polarized. We're polarized in many things in Argentina. But, the challenge is enormous. Let's face it. Either because of its pesticides, either because of its degrading of soils or whatever. We're always on the wrong side, it would seem. I would suggest that it is important that we focus on the balance, carbon balance, and that we turn our lands into carbon sinks. It's the only way. The rest, I understand, pesticides, but we need to feed the world. We need to don't use pesticides. It's impossible to do everything at the same time. In Argentina, we say when the blank sheet is not long enough. If you want to cover up to here, your feet are outside. So I think we must focus on carbon sink. How do we do the carbon sink thing? And of course, we're going to put our best efforts to address all the other problems, which are not bad. They're not small problems, but biodiversity, waters, those are basic things too. So we need to talk with each other a lot, and we need to find a way for those who are the big emitters to make or help us in the solution.
The priority order that you've identified is brought into very stark relief when we realise in Australia this year our government announced a new class of visa, which is for climate refugees from the Pacific Islands, because the lack of deep emission-wide reductions means that these people cannot live in their countries, and they want to live in their countries, and the lack of a stable climate means that is not open to all of them anymore. So I don't disagree with your priority order.
Okay, that's good.
DJ.
Besides getting Taylor Swift to tell everybody that agriculture is great, I think that we will have to do it ourselves in many ways. And I agree that we've got to sell our credentials. And to talk outside of our sphere means that we've got to have something that's interesting for somebody else to hear. And that's where I guess the climate change challenge, the climate abatement that we can do is one of those things. And not only is it something that people unconsciously engages with agriculture on a daily basis, but to take them the next level to ask, well, where is this food from? Why is it being produced? What systems are being used? That's actually a really good conversation to have as a community, and we need to have more of that conversation. But only then, and we saw this through COVID, where people went to the supermarket and discovered that the shelves weren't full of milk or their favourite broccoli or whatever it was that they were after. Only then did food become a real conversation. So in some regards, it's great that food isn't a conversation because it's so safe and stable. On the other side, that's our greatest challenge because we have created such a strong, robust system that people don't go hungry because we do such a great job. So how do we engage? It's got to be on the pressure points, and the pressure points for us are the climate change dilemma that we currently find ourselves in the fact that we have got people who are now, activists that are now becoming more focused on different production types. So we have to become more open. We have to be, more than ever, are we having to embrace people into what we do and how we do it. But it's a slow burn. This isn't a silver bullet because I don't think Taylor Swift's coming to save us.
I'm putting it out there, Tay. Are there any other questions? Thanks for that, Simon. No, well, if you'll indulge me in a little hypothetical, the President of the UN has given me a little phone call right now and offered $20 billion to invest in the future of sustainable agriculture globally. I'm going to ask you what would be your top priority and why, but I'm going to also draw out that what I've learned from your insights today, which I've greatly enjoyed, are that the solutions exist. The commitment to make deep economy-wide emissions, including agriculture, has not been something that has been rejected. It's been a given. But there is a sense that agriculture is doing this all on our own back a little bit, and that there is a great need for increased collaboration between agriculture to share solutions, more rapid investment in research and extension to test, pilot, share solutions which might include a 40% reduction in methane emissions in livestock if we're feeding them the right things, and the scalability and pathways so that these solutions are accessible in an economically and socially just way. And that the other thing I've heard is that there's no one-size-fits-all solution. Every farm is an independent business and has to make the right decisions for that farm. So even your $20 billion, what's your top investment priority and why?
Well, I think that might be obvious from my previous answers, but it would be investment in food loss and waste, which ideally would give farmers and the food production system better access to market, better supply chain, better logistics and distribution, and on the flip side of that, as a result of the investment, creating more sustainable, resilient and equitable food communities across the world. So,
And
That-
one less job for yourself.
One less job for me, then I'd go off and do something else.
Thank you. Marcus.
So my turn. I would say what I already said. We need to make that the right incentives for farmers to do the right things that they have to do. This means that I would orient the 20 billion towards those people that are doing the right things. For that, we need to measure well, we need to certify, and we need to give them a price.
Market incentives and certification and standards
yeah.
that are tested and agreed, transparent. B2.
Yeah. So, given that amount of money, I would ask my government to actually invest in research. And here's the reason why. When you look at the policy landscape in Africa, sometimes you really wonder where is the motivation for what is being proposed. I think it comes from those that are giving the money, and it's only fair that you only get to be influenced by where that money is going to come from. So I would really invest that money in research, and this research is homegrown, especially where it looks at the ways and methods to preserve the natural, not organic, but local foods, so that we improve on those local foods and really see how we can cut on importations, but also to ensure that in the end we have that deep collaboration between the consumers of the research and what is coming out of the research institutions. Again, the example that I gave earlier on around conservation agriculture, there's so many other things that are coming out of supposedly research. And when you look at them, these things did not come from Africa, they came from elsewhere. And the question really is, why are they still there? It's because somebody's putting in money and then we are just having to bend our research or our practice towards that. So sustainably, in my view, if we have homegrown research, if we have research that is really informed by the needs of the people on the ground, then I think that is where the sustainability of agriculture systems in Africa would be. And therefore, perhaps I would spend 90% of that into research, 10% of that I would actually spend it on relief, because I think almost every part of Africa, in one way or the other, they're having to deal with relief. So I'll take 10% and engage it on relief.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Yes. Yes. Thank you. David.
20 billion, you said? So I'd probably give 100,000 to my grandma. With a around the world ticket, and give her what she used to use was a waddy. Does anyone know what a waddy is? It's the weekly newspaper wrapped up, and she put sticky tape around it. When I was a little boy, she used to give me a whack with the waddy when I did something wrong. And I put her on a global tour around all government. And anyone who does politics over policy for agriculture, she'll come in there and give them a waddy. Because I feel in some ways we get caught up in these agendas that have nothing to do with actually getting an outcome. It's just two political sides batting off against each other for no actual gain. They just want to stay in power for no reason. So I'd send Grandma on the world tour. And the rest of it I'll give it to my good friend here, because I love his idea. The other 19 billion, the 9,099,000, whatever, is yours. I love that idea.
Thank you.
But my grandma's got to go through first and tidy up all the cod wash that's out there. So
I like that. And I think, I'd really like to thank our panel. I think what we've learnt today, or what I've certainly learned, is that there is a real optimism and a sense of multiple solutions at our fingertips, a little bit of a lack of time to actually collaborate and delve deep, maybe a lack of people and pathways and systems that drive that collaboration so the right people can connect and thrive and follow deeper conversations where they need to. A real trust in each other is something that I've noticed. So globally, a real trust. The fact that David's given almost all his 20 billion to the developing nations actually says that he's got complete trust in the need for sovereignty for all farmers. One size does not fit all, but also that actually we learn from each other. And we learn, we improve, we're fast followers. And so if we can really invest in each other and ourselves and share and keep those relationships strong, the benefits flow not just to farmers being successful and sustainable for the future, to the environment and biodiversity, natural capital, an arresting of the climate impacts that are hurting farmers now and causing the sort of food waste. In fact, last week I got a call from a farmer who, due to unseasonable, very heavy flooding on their farm, lost a whole crop. So even it speaks to the food waste that Even mentioned is often not being measured in the world. But also a real sense of circularity, not just of ideas and investment and research, but actually goodwill and benefits. So the benefits extend far beyond agriculture to the consumers, our health, but also our sense of community. Thank you so much to our panellists. Please join me in thanking them.
So if you
We need some help.
We need some help. Okay.
So
I'm very used to Zoom.
you're very used to Zoom.
Very.
God.
Yes, very. I teach on Zoom all the time. Yeah.
Okay. So should we share the screen?
Luke's about to bring a whole bunch of ministers to this event.
Oh wow.
So Luke, front runner, is bringing a couple of ministers along to this event. Apparently.
Wonderful.
So
Just put the Zoom. We're still waiting for that screen. Just open up the window.
okay.
That's all. And the only other thing you have to do is
I don't know.
unmute.
So I don't know. Yeah, whether it'll be.
Yeah. So when the time is right.
Hello.
Screen on that screen.
So
Don't need to press share screen. That's it. So the speaker wants to share.
and can you do the Are we streaming?
When you're ready, you give us the signal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Monash Pavilion at COP28, and thank you for making the time to attend our next very exciting event. It's a Climate Tech Fast Pitch Forum, and this event is co-hosted by the Carbon Market Institute. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Janet Hallows, Director of Climate Programs and Nature-Based Solutions from the Carbon Market Institute. Remote sensing, digital MRV and blockchain technologies and more are developing rapidly in response to increasing transparency and information accessibility requirements around offset projects. With their development comes greater project level transparencies for investors, managers and the general public, and more accurate calculations of abatement levels and critical accountability to ensure that project developers are delivering on promised outcomes. The aim of this forum today is to bring together climate tech investors, venture capitalists and cutting-edge startup climate and agri-tech teams to really talk and understand what each other is doing, and also for the startup teams to present their new technologies. So we put out a call to startup teams in the climate tech and agri-tech space to make a pitch submissions, and we received many very exciting pitches from all around the world. It was a really hard task to select the final 8 to present today. And I think that's just testimony to the amazing innovation and entrepreneurship that exists in this space, all aiming to address the challenge we are facing in reducing emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. So from the large pool of submissions, we selected these 8 amazing startups. So we have Grace Lamb from Netta Carbon, Ajinkya Daria from Petcare Labs, James Diekman from Below Baseline, Madhur Jain, Baraha Climate Ag, Ryan Merrill, Handprint Tech, Kathleen Kuhlmans, Land Life Company, Mystery Ronak, Greenovate Solutions, and Nitish Jain, Panache Green. So the rules for the Fast Pitch Forum are that each pitch will take about 5 minutes or less, and we'll be very strict on that. We'll tell you after 4 minutes that you have 1 minute left. This is to allow everyone to have their 5 minutes to do the pitch. This will be followed by 3 minutes of Q&A from the audience. So please don't be shy and ask away after each pitch. I'm sure the presenters will be more than happy to tell you more about their technology. It's now my great pleasure to introduce to you the moderator for this event, Stephanie Russo, Chief Strategy Officer at Carbon Growth Partners. Here we go. Thank you very much.
It's quite nice. We actually have quite a lot of people, so it's good to have a crowd to walk through. So I'm from Carbon Growth Partners. We're a dedicated investment manager in carbon markets. So in the international carbon market, we work in the voluntary carbon market, we work in compliance markets, and I'm very excited and grateful to be moderating the session, and was not involved in selecting any of the pitches that are coming forward, but a number of them are actually startups that we have been speaking to in the ecosystem. So it's really exciting to see them here and giving them the opportunity to pitch. And as we've been thinking about, the global stocktake and how do we accelerate action, the role of startups and getting funding, VC funding, and also funding into those startups is incredibly important to that ecosystem. So first up, we have Grace from Netta Carbon. And I was going to do a quick introduction of everyone, but I'm actually going to let you introduce yourself and your business rather than me giving a one-sentence pitch that may or may not be correct. So Grace, please join us.
Hello, can you hear me? Technical issues always happen. That's not a choice. Okay. If you start counting, then I will have less than 1 minute to speak.
Maybe while we're waiting for your IT to work, Grace, don't leave the. I'm gonna ask you a question before you start, which is, what do you think the biggest problem that your business is really trying to solve, and where do you fit within the climate and carbon ecosystem? Just while we're getting the deck started, so. And you're very brave going first.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really solving for the issues with carbon credit issuance. Figuring out how to get the carbon credit issued is a really big challenge, as I was going to say when the slides comes up, for project developers in the Global South. So we've seen it firsthand, and we're really excited about solving this. But I feel like the slides are up, so I'm going to see if... Yeah, they're up? Okay, perfect. Imagine back in the days when you're trying to file your taxes without any help of the tax filing software. That's really a tough challenge, right? But luckily, a lot of the tax filing software right now helps solve your issues and millions of people out there. Now imagine the same for carbon project developers who for years have struggled with the requirements and also the paperwork that is required to issue carbon credits. Luckily, Natural Carbon comes here to resolve that problem. What we're doing is digitizing and streamlining how carbon credits are being issued, just like how TurboTax simplifies tax filings. Next slide, yes. So specifically what we do is we created a software that calculates how many credits and how many revenues that these companies' project can generate, create the paperwork, the project description documents, and other reporting that is required by verifiers, and export them in the format required and help them go through the submission process. By doing so, we're actually helping a lot of project developers to understand how do you get to access the market, the carbon market, which is expected to grow exponentially in the future. But let me give you a little bit of context of why we're doing this. $2.8 trillion would need to go to developing emerging market to tackle the climate crisis. That's more than 3 times of what we're giving out today. Luckily, the carbon market could be a way out. How it works, it connects companies with corporate goals to finance these climate transition by buying the carbon credits that can be used to offset their own emissions. 1 credit equals to 1 ton of carbon dioxide reduced and removed. These, in turn, will become capital that helps a lot of the climate projects, as we can see today in COP, to actually go through and have the capital to be implemented. However, this process is complicated, time-consuming, and really difficult for a lot of climate businesses in the Global South to figure out. If you look at what, So right now we see that becomes a lot of money left on the table when these new requirements, especially a lot that we've heard in the past couple of days to increase quality and increase standards of the entire market, to follow through them is really difficult. So we see that this becomes a 45 billion shortage in the carbon market as we go into 2030, and so we see the net zero goals of climate businesses to materialize. My co-founder and I met in Kenya when we saw these issues firsthand. I was working for a climate VC fund while she's working for a forestry startup trying to get their first carbon project issued. Even with that company being extremely well-funded, it is still a struggle to go through. Therefore, we decided a year ago to come together and to create a solution to fix these issues. Together, we bring to experience from Asia, Latin America, and Africa, where 70% of future climate credits, carbon credits are expected to be issued. We also bring together our network and our professional experience at Harvard and MIT with our MBA degrees, as well as an amazing panel of advisors who have helped us throughout that process. We believe that we are creating a solution that would help accelerate a lot of the growth of the climate businesses that you're going to hear today, and also you have been hearing in COP. And we have 3 specific asks. One, we would love if you can connect us with any partners or also the ecosystem players in the carbon market space to help us build partnership for a high quality carbon project issuance ecosystem. Second, we're looking for funding as well as financial grant support for us to accelerate the impact of what we're doing here. We are a very young company, but we have a lot of grand scheme and goals, and we believe we have the implementation capacity to execute them. Third, we're building our technical team. We would appreciate any introductions or leads for technical advisor, for our CTO or founding engineers to build out the tech platform that we envision. We're also looking for carbon market experts who have experience of creating these PDDs or dealing with verifiers and also credit rating agency to help us together build a high quality carbon market. We really appreciate the opportunity to be able to pitch today, and we believe that this is a crucial issues to be resolved, and right now a missing gap in the carbon market ecosystem as we see today. And we hope that by doing so, we're able to accelerate and democratize access to the carbon market for many, many climate businesses in the Global South because we need it today. Thank you very much, and we'd love to take any questions from the floor.
Is this one on? Yes. Don't go anywhere, Grace. We now have 3 minutes for questions from the crowd, and thank you for that introduction. And I note one of my colleagues is one of your advisors to the business, so lucky there's no prize being given out, or I would need to give my declarations of conflict there. But is there anyone in the crowd who would like to ask a question for Grace, potentially around her 3 asks that she has? All right, I'll pass you the...
Thank you, Grace. That was really interesting. I'm a project developer, so I'm just wondering, like, how are you going to access, your market, all those project developers in the Global South?
Yeah, so as we've mentioned, we actually have a great network in Africa when we're working in Kenya. So that's a first-hand contact that we have. My co-founder is from Mexico, so a lot of network in Latin America as well. And frankly, we see that that's a really big potential in carbon project there, as it is not as developed in a lot of the other market that we see. I'm from Asia, so I feel like we have a really good team covering a lot of the hot spots for carbon projects. But right now, what we're starting with is personal connection and also network that we've built in the past. And we also would be leveraging a lot of the industry association. For example, the Clean Cooking Alliance has been working with us to develop cook stove projects. And so those will be the areas that we're looking at. But of course, we're always welcome for connections, and we'd love to get in touch afterwards to hear how we can help you.
Another question from the front. Maybe introduce yourself as you're asking the questions as well.
Hi, I'm Ryan. Great job, Grace. In terms of the value that your service is going to be providing for project developers, your presentation indicated that it was supporting in origination at the beginning of projects by cutting out some of those overheads to get off the ground and access markets. It also looked like you were intending for your solution to support the operation of a carbon project over time. And so I wanted to ask, in terms of which of those 2 points of time for value production for these projects you intend to be building out first in the sort of the trajectory of your roadmap?
Great question. And if we can go down to a couple of slides down of some backup. One more, another, just go down. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so as we've said, we're a really early stage company. We started a year ago, so we have to sequence out what we can do because we don't have all the capacity. But to be an end-to-end issuance platform, we want to start out with the registration process first, become this expert in the digital filing and also creating sort of the PDDs and all the different reports that is required, and then move upstream into matching them with investors for pre-financing. We've heard that constantly that this is a very difficult issue to actually get the financing required to get off the ground, and then also connect them with MRV players, knowing that quality is definitely critical in this market, and connecting them with the right type of technology is important, and also moving down to the reporting that's required afterwards. So that's how we're thinking about building out the timeline of what we're doing in the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you very much, Grace, and everyone please join me in thanking Grace, particularly for going first, but also for a great pitch. So next up we have Ajinka from Padcare Labs. If we are able to get his deck up, that would be fantastic. Would you like the roving mic or the... Perfect, all right.
Hello. 1.8 billion is the number of women menstruating monthly. Out of them, 500 million women that don't have access to proper self-disposal of sanitary napkins. I'm from India. Most of the sanitary napkins are going to the landfills. A single pad takes almost 500 to 800 years to decompose. India alone generates more than 20 billions of pads monthly. In July 2018, I got opportunity to visit one of the landfills near to the Pune. When I have interacted the women waste pickers, I observe they are segregating this hazardous waste by using bare hands. That time, when I interacted with more than 10,000 women, I understood women want safe disposal of sanitary waste at source while maintaining her own health, hygiene, and privacy. As humans, we reach out to the mass, but still, we have not found out a way to dispose this kind of hazardous waste in more dignified and sustainable way. And that's why I'm here. I'm Ajinkya, I'm founder and CEO at Padcare Labs, and we have developed world's first sanitary napkin disposal and recycling technology. We are providing this technology as a part of our menstrual hygiene management as a service that align with the different corporates' sustainable development goals, ESG goals, aligning with the women's health, hygiene, and privacy, as well as climate-centric goals. In very short period of time, in just last 24 months, we reach out from one client and serving more than 500 different organizations in India. So how exactly this magic is happening? What we have done that, we have developed the Padcare Bin, which is decentralized sanitary waste disposal system. In India, more than 25,000 such kind of collection units has been installed at a free of cost. Then with reverse logistics system, we collect this all this collected waste from different organizations and bring to a nearest material recovery center. At the center, our technology works. When this collected parts goes to the 5D mechanism, where 5Ds are disinfection, deodorization, decolorization, disintegration, and deactivation of superabsorbent polymer. With 1/10 of the cost and just few minutes, at the output, we are able to recover 98% of this kind of material. This is wood pulp and the plastic. This wood pulp having qualities equivalent to the virgin pulp. And India imports more than $400 million pulp every year, having different application industries. We convert this pulp into the paper and packaging industry as well as into certain chemicals. Plastic, we convert into the plastic granules, and these granules, again, going back to the Padcare bins. So this is how we are creating a circular economy. And when we are recycling 1 kg of sanitary napkins, 98% of this waste where we are able to recycle. And saving more than 2.14 kg of carbon equivalent, which is 68% lesser compared to the incineration and 58% lesser compared to the landfill as per our life cycle analysis. And these are the few beautiful products that what you have created out of that. Across the spectrum, across the value chain, across the globe, we are the only company who have cracked the code of the recycling and convert this kind of material, which is compared to the landfilling, incineration, and temperature, which is quite sustainable, economical, and environmental friendly. This is technology already got certification from all the government agencies in terms of disinfection, deodorization, as well as the business that what you're doing in terms of recycling. And all this data, our clients are getting on the Padcare One platform where they can measure their carbon impact. So how exactly we are doing our business? It is very simple. We provide the bins at a free of cost. We are collecting it. Clients, more than 500 clients are paying us for our service charges. All this collected material, we are recycling, we are selling this pulp and the plastic into the market. And the carbon that what we are saving, when we are recycling this kind of material, we are able to sell to the, as per extended producer responsibility, to a different pad manufacturing organization. We are already operating in commercial domain, entering to the community as well as in the corporate segment. So what we are here, why we are here? So already this technology has been scaled up in 19 cities in India. We are trying to scale this across the globe specifically in UAE market as well as in Singapore market. We are looking to raise our pre-series A round as well, which is around $5 million. So if required any kind of collaboration, please let us know. We want to take this indigenous technology across the globe for betterment of our planet as well as the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajinka. Do we have any questions from the crowd? I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative and ask you a question. What do you think the biggest barrier to you expanding internationally is? Is it access to capital? Is it the networks? Is it competition?
Sure. So if you look, right, in last couple of years, last 5 years, I'm working in this industry. Probably it is more about collaboration. I firmly believe into the collaboration. If you want to scale this technology across the globe, first thing is more about partnership and collaboration. The capital is there. Then second is because we are solving women-sensitive issue. The behavior is changing across the spectrum, right? So creating a scalable model, which is going to be epicenter of cost, convenience, and consciousness is quite important. And that is where we are looking for the mentoring as well as support. Thank you.
Any questions from the crowd, or I'm going to keep asking questions, which is the fun part of being a moderator. We have a question down the end.
Hello, my name's Carleen Mabel. I'm the chair of WaterAid in Australia and a director of WaterAid International. We provide water and sanitation services in developing countries, about 29 countries across the world. What we are looking, though, is not in cities. We're working mostly in the hard-to-serve regional and remote areas. Does your technology or your business model enable you to operate in those areas where there is a lower density of population?
Quite interesting question, and that's where how we are scaling this our technology. The first thing, how we are cracking that code is with micro-entrepreneurship model. In Tier 3 cities, we are working with a closed women-centric communities and small help groups. We are providing the technology that can manufacture these sanitary napkins as well as disposal. And they are running this entire mechanism in more profitable way, where they are earning extra income as well. So yes, this technology is already we have proven in the small Tier 3 cities in India, and we are looking to replicate this model in other rural areas as well. Thank you.
And I think we have time for one last question for Ajinka. A question from the crowd. Maybe Janet there in the...
Thank you very much. I'm just interested as to whether you've had any communication with the actual supply chain. So whether in developing this process you actually can work with some of the providers, the big retailers, to actually maybe change some of their products to make them more ecological.
So right now we are closely working with the Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, in the entire supply chain. The first objective, how the waste they are generating, how we can bring back to the system where they are trying to utilize this output material, pulp and the plastic, for secondary and tertiary packaging. Then we are also giving the suggestion to improve their products as well at source, such that they can more ecologically aligned as well as more sustainable. But it's required at certain kind of scale, right? And that's why I got an opportunity to pitch what we guys are doing to Procter & Gamble's global CEO as well. And they are quite interested to take this across the globe. And it is kind of to and fro communications is happening for improvement of the entire value chain. So yes, it is happening, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ajinka, and I particularly appreciate the use of props as part of your pitch as well. It's always very good to get that visual of the end products at the end of the process. Next up, we have James from Below Baselines. Want to use this one? Okay, take that.
Not sure if I'm going to get this right, but we'll give it a good shot. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Monash and CMI, for putting this on. My name is James Diekman. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Below Baseline, and we have developed a corporate decarbonisation platform built on the Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability. Oh. So 2024 is shaping up to be a year of when climate disclosures come in. CSRD is in place. That's going to expand further. The Australian reporting disclosure standards are also coming into effect mid-next year. There are a large number of organisations out there that will be in the tens of thousands that simply don't have the means to be able to report on not only their ESG emissions, but their opportunities and risks and how they're addressing climate change. And why is this? We speak to many organisations across the board, and even the other day I spoke to a global leader, a decarbonisation leader of a global organisation. How they're running their emission tracking at the moment is through a series of spreadsheets and one individual, and if that one individual leaves, they're in a bit of trouble. So there's a lot of risk here, particularly with stringent regulations coming in. Companies need data platforms, they need to be proactive. Largely, things to date have been very reactive, and there's been a lot of estimates that make up a company's true carbon account. They need to be able to perform scenario analysis. So how are we actually going to decarbonise our organisation? Are we going to use credits? Are we going to use green energy? Are we going to change our business operations? They need to get a really good handle on Scope 1, 2 and soon to be Scope 3 emissions, which is, as you'd appreciate, the trickiest part. And then they need to be able to verify that data. So with regulations enforcing these standards and governing bodies checking this data like they do with financial data, if companies are putting out the wrong information, they're going to be at reputation risk. And they're also going to find it harder to participate in the free market. There was a news article a couple of days ago from the Director of Business Banking at the National Australia Bank. He said, I'm going to ask you for your financials and I'm going to ask you for your carbon emissions. If you aren't showing me that you are trying to decarbonise and have a credible transition plan, your interest rates will be higher. So it's not only regulations, it's going to affect businesses that aren't showing that they are contributing to climate change. We broadly fit into the ESG reporting market space, and this market is set to grow, and you can see there to around 2.25 billion over the next sort of 5 to 8 years. Largely and initially driven by large enterprises because they're the biggest emitters, but that will soon change to small to medium enterprises. So why us? Why are we positioned to address this market? We are at revenue, we're at earnings, we have a number of customers, we've been in business for a couple of years now. We also have a parent company that Below Baseline has spun out of, which was the third fastest growing technology company last year in 2023. So we have the track record and experience in the space and a cross-section of climate change, sustainability experts, data experts, and government, because we serve the government market as well. I can't understand enough our partnership with Microsoft. Developing these platforms from the ground up is a very capital-intensive process. We're able to leverage the innovation that they develop and release on a regular basis and take their solutions the extra mile. Their partnerships also helps us with marketing and sales opportunities as well. We also are innovating and expanding our platform and our services next year, which is why we're seeking investment to leverage AI capabilities, which I think arguably Microsoft has a pretty leading foot in that space, but also expand into the audit, assurance and advisory space. Our customers are already asking us for these services. We're part of the Carbon Market Institute as a corporate member, so we try to be at the forefront of what's happening in this space so we can bring those insights and see what's coming down the pipeline and better serve our customers. We're also a certified Microsoft partner. That enables us to tap into their ecosystem better with their engineering teams and seller teams. And so to achieve these expansion plans, we are looking for investment. We don't need investment to survive. We need investment to achieve our mission of empowering other organisations how to decarbonise quicker and and to expand into other regions and R&D. So we'll go on a little bit further. That investment will be used for development, market expansion, and climate change and sustainability practice, standing that up. And in 5 years, we believe we'll hit a $53 million revenue, $8 million EBITDA, which is about a 20% annualised growth rate, 2.5 times multiplier. We've got an investment memorandum as well, if you would like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James, and don't go anywhere. Would you like the roving mic, or would you like to stay where you are? Any questions from the crowd? We've got one. It snuck in before I got to use my moderator's prerogative.
Hi, I'm Maria. I'm a senator in the Australian Parliament, but I spent a long time in the financial services space prior to that. And I'm interested in how your platform will link into the specific needs of different corporate and institutional investors for your clients, kind of like perhaps like the MyOb or Xero software that will provide sort of customised reporting.
So, is this still working? Maybe. So we've built integrations into the largest ERP systems, SAP, Microsoft obviously, Oracle, local government systems like Technology One. So we're able to extract that data at scale and run it through AI ingestion tools. But where we see quite a big opportunity is in the financial services space, where a large banking institution needs to get those climate disclosures from the organisations that they're lending money to. So we're building out, we're going to use this capital to build out that essentially a Scope 3 data value supply chain to make it easier for those organisations to provide that data and get access to lower interest rates, which is what will happen over time.
Do we have any other questions from one in the back corner?
Thank you. Holly Taylor from the Energy Efficiency Council. Noting that you're currently focusing on climate-related financial disclosure, do you have longer-term plans to expand out to other sustainability disclosure, should it be brought in Australia as it has been in Europe?
Yes, is the short answer. Our main focus is on carbon emission reporting and those disclosures, particularly starting in the Australian market. But yes, we are looking at other elements and either S&G side of it as well. One of the data models that we're working with supports up to 400 tables of different data points that can capture that information and allow organisations to report on that.
Time for one. We've got time for one last question, particularly given James was dealing with IT and protests in the background. So.
For teams in this space, how do you feel about going toe-to-toe with groups like Deloitte? And so what I'm asking is, in terms of as you define your ISP, what's unique about your service offering, expecting that the market is growing, there's going to be a lot of demand. Yep. You're talking about recruiting top talent to launch an audit assurance and advisory practice. Those already exist across sectors in the Big Four. The technology is here, we see the platform. What is the unique barrier that is going to allow your company to survive a price war against the Big Four?
So we are actively receiving opportunities that have gone to Big Four consultancies in Australia, where their price point is just way off the mark. We are considered a boutique player, and we're already working in large enterprise and government. Our partnership with Microsoft helps us open those doors and meet with those CSOs and CTOs. But yes, they very much are big players in that space, and they'll continue to innovate and potentially bring the price down. We feel we've got a very good early mover advantage in our region to get a head start.
All right, thank you very much, James, and very well done job with all of the distractions going on, as is the way at COP each year. Now, I'm not sure if we have our next speaker in the room. Do we have anyone from Braha actually here? No, all right, we might. I'll decide who gets the extra time, not me, don't worry. So Ryan, we will skip to you if we can get Ryan's presentation up. Ryan from Handprint Tech.
I am also super intimidated about using this. So did you guys find that going down was the way to go? So
Also, if you
ask for
look to
help.
our very kind AV helpers, they can help you move through those slides.
Here, so I have a line of sight. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, sure. Take a second. Maybe we'll start from the top if that's okay. That was a fantastic preview of the deck. You guys, everybody knows what's coming. Okay, so yeah, I'll just jump in and let you guys know a little bit where I'm coming from. So I'm a reformed academic, sort of a refugee of the international finance space, and then got into teaching environmental policy. We build open source technologies for community-based mangrove forestry, and that's the group that brought me here today. But I also have the honor of being the interim CFO and also the Chief Impact Officer at Handprint Tech. So about, say, 3 or 4 years ago, we wanted to take on the challenge of how could you embed like 10 mangrove trees in an iPhone? You know, this idea of like, how could we create a micro funding event that we could attach to any retail trade globally, and then on the back of that micro funding event, create a peer-to-peer connective flow between a team in the field doing sustainable development work and the retail consumer. So that was sort of the thesis that was born out of our work at SMU. And then the arc of the company has evolved to really address the opportunity to accelerate the transition to the regenerative economy writ large. Because that's your thesis. It's saying, how can we take sustainable development activities and thread it, fold it, inject it into any form of retail trade? Let's go ahead. Thanks. So back to the sort of the topics of like USPs, what you're trying to accomplish that allows micro philanthropy or micro climate efforts to be unique and to create a moat around a startup with that. Our theory was to accelerate the pace of a feedback loop from charismatic reporting from field teams all the way to the retail consumer who's now interacting with a regenerative brand. May we? Can we advance? Thanks. So that's the general structure of what we're doing is, you know, setting up a middleware and a sort of with a market-making capability that can connect regenerative field teams across sustainable development domains with vanguard brands in the regenerative economy across sectors. So we started sandboxing in e-commerce and in advertising about 3 years ago to develop the middleware for tracking impacts being generated in the field and tracking the growing handprints of both the brands who are making this happen and the consumers who are interacting with those brands. Let's go ahead. Thanks. So there's just a couple of use cases again. So we began sort of experimenting with this in e-commerce, where you can get sort of a quick feedback loop on the corporate side and see how creating a regenerative opportunity alongside any retail trade can create higher sales. But then we quickly sort of transitioned from that into advertising to look at how the integration of an impact story could make recall on brand ads more stronger and make it much more likely that people interacting with advertising were creating some sort of affinity with the underlying company. All of that work has, I think, really just set us up now as a company moving into 2024 to provide the solution into the retail banking space globally, and that's what we're doing today. Can we shift? Thanks. So what sits at the back of this and why I do this and why I love this company is because it gives us an opportunity to curate a relationship with really excellent field teams around the world. And that's my job as the Chief Impact Officer, is curating these relationships with really awesome groups who are planting trees or recovering plastic from the sea or restoring coral reefs or working in a social justice program. And, you know, with a thesis of pushing very strongly for very high quality, charismatic reporting, and also understanding the other important things like track record and capacity, we can develop a network on the impact side that can speak to a diverse array of priorities in the economy. Let's go ahead. Thank you. So the work, it's always had a scientific base. We really like to crowdsource intelligence whenever possible. We've drawn on a lot of expertise of international impact development and academic markets to have a science-based approach to assessing what's actually happening in the field. Let's go ahead. And then, I'm touching a little bit on my own work, but it really gives us a neat skunks works position to start to look very seriously at biodiversity crediting, because many of the different impact organizations that we're working with are actively conserving and restoring ecosystems. So that's a sort of a growth trajectory for some of the R&D at the company. And let's go ahead. But I just want to leave you with this, that ultimately our challenge as in our community is to move beyond just carbon and to remember that ESG is much broader than climate action alone. So by creating these peer-to-peer feedback loops between retail consumers and the people who interact with brands and regenerative field teams across sustainability domains, we have an opportunity to engage more communities, more people around the world in a much wider array of projects without losing sight for the importance of things like social justice and things like marine ecosystem restoration, which are just as important as our work in carbon, which doesn't take away from our work in carbon, but I think what Handprint is seeking to do is to put these things at a certain degree on level footing and to bring them all forward to consumers to make choices and to democratize ESG in a way that can allow us to, find or crowdsource our priorities globally at a way that can make a difference. And I think we're about here. This is what we've accomplished in the last year. We're up to about 230 clients and growing. Our pivot is very much into the finance space. Wrap it up. And I can talk to anybody about the investment potential. We're pre-Series A after the call. Thanks so much.
No, you didn't, but then I can hand the microphone behind to the crowd. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, Sky.
I work on land-based carbon farming. I'm just interested how you're sourcing your impact projects and what sort of standards are backing them.
Great question. It's not perfect and it's getting better every year. So we started with mangroves because that's the space in which I work and where I'm wearing my other hat. Because it's not a carbon platform, we're really talking about regenerative impact writ large. The verification approach on the field side is varied. And so really, a lot of the thesis here is to be able to produce the platform not as an arbiter of truth, but as a fair broker and connector with very efficient resource transfer. So that means that we have to curate based on a wide array of priorities. We leveraged initially the Equator Awards. We leveraged other really strongly well-vetted systems for detecting quality in field teams. And then we layered on that our own criteria for assessing capacity and monitoring the scale up of the efforts with the support of the network. So I don't know if that helps speak to it, but it's an evolving space. And as we do more biodiversity work, we're really interested in bringing on other validation and verification regimes as service providers into the network itself.
I think we have time for one last question, if there's one from the audience. Otherwise, I love that I get to ask questions. I'm going to ask a question which is, I guess, about at the moment, and particularly as we think about carbon markets, and I know your platform is not just about carbon, but increasingly we have seen more interest in, I guess, a single kind of source of truth or verification and validation of claims, particularly as we start to think about greater regulation and interest in greenwashing and ESG reporting and those sorts of things. So how do you assist potential users of the platform in that evidence base as they're thinking about the impact that they would like to claim or contribute to? Where do you fit within that ecosystem?
I think really by not focusing solely on carbon. Like when we talk about ecosystem regeneration, we've actually, what we can see from flyovers is land area change. And so we've increasingly tried to focus not on helping our sponsors articulate what they've accomplished in terms of a carbon-denominated handprint, but rather talk about land area restored and protected. That's in the land use side. And then when you're talking about vaccinating or providing deworming tablets to children, carbon really is not present in the conversation. When we're doing coral reef restoration, it's really earnestly not about carbon. And what we found is that if you give the power to, say, like the employees of a large MNC, or to the students of a university, or to the buyers of a retail product to decide the split and the array of spending, that carbon is important, but it sits as just one of many priorities that are revealed in that community. And they're writ large really interested in other things too, and are happy to support those other efforts. So when it comes to land use, because there's a fair amount of land use and tree work on the platform, we've really focused more on land area and the integrity of the conservation effect within the land area over time. We want to expand to that, to talking about specific habitats when we shift to biodiversity. But if anyone cracks carbon, talk to me.
Thank you very much, Ryan. So we'll wrap it up there, if everyone can join me in thanking him. Everyone's doing very well with all the things thrown at them of presentations not working or working, and protests and all of those sorts of things in IT. Next up, we have Kathleen from Land Life Company.
Hi, all good. Would you mind if I feel it's too risky, so I'm just going to give you a sign. Is that okay? Great, lovely. Oh, that's not the one. I wouldn't, willing to give it a try, but.
Do you want to start by giving maybe a little introduction to who you are while we get the deck up, and then you can jump into it?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Kathleen Keulemans. I'm with Land Life. I'm the head of EME growth. We do ecosystem restoration at scale. So we're basically a reforestation company founded in the Netherlands. Oh, and we're still moving around. That's lovely. Reforestation company founded in the Netherlands that puts nature first in all of our implementations. We sit basically at the borderline of tech impact and innovation through science. Could you just go ahead to the next slide? Yeah, that's the second one. Everyone can see it. It's a bit small. We do projects globally. So we've been around for the past 10 years.
I think we might have to go with the mini slide for the moment, but...
Is it just possible to make it a little bigger, because I can't show our impact?
Maybe it doesn't need to be full slide. I think that's probably...
If that works, that's fine. Is that visible to everybody? Lovely. So over the past 10 years, we have done projects globally, about 124. We've done work together with the UN, with UNICEF, but most recently, where we really restore at scale, is in the United States, in Spain, and of course also in Australia, where we really focus on the restoration of wildlife corridors. Please go ahead to the next slide. So in Australia, we started in 2019, and we're working together with a really solid implementation partner, which is called Cassinia Environmental, and might be familiar to some of the people here in the room. Together with them, we've restored over 2,700 hectares of land, starting in the state of Victoria, moving onwards to New South Wales, where we, for example, also work close to the Macquarie River to really restore river basins and improve water quality, and most recently in South Australia. None of this work could be done with some of the very solid governmental and university partners that we have there. Because once we restore, we put covenants over the land to ensure that they remain nature perpetually. And that is only one of the examples. We also work together with Victoria State. They launched a bush bank program last year, which will give us access together with Cassinia Environmental to potentially 20,000 hectares of land to be restored on land of private landowners. And when it comes to the universities that we work with in every single hub where we are, We have, local science partners, which are the University of Melbourne and the University of Western Australia. Please go ahead to the next slide. I just wanted to give you a quick idea of the type of impact that we're realizing in Australia. And this is one of our very first and pretty small projects. It was only 50 hectares. It's up in the state of Victoria, and here you can literally see what has happened. So we were working there. We were working on degraded land, and the intent, as in all of our projects, is really to restore and increase biodiversity locally. And you can see the effect here on the slide. So you basically can see how the young seeds and seedlings have grown over the past 4 years, and some of these trees are well over 3 meters high. Please go ahead to the next slide. Now, how do we actually do this? So we believe that all nature restoration needs to be high integrity, and we do that by applying tech and science at every stage of what we call the reforestation cycle. So that starts with pre-planting or design, planting, and of course monitoring afterwards, and I'll take you through that right now. So in the pre-planting, which we call design, but you could also call it planning if you like, it really is about planting the right tree, or better yet, the right species, because in Australia we do not only plant tree, we also plant different types of bushes in the right place and at the right time. So taking into account the planting seasons that are getting more erratic over time, by the way, and in some cases, in a lot of geographies, also shorter. How do we do this? So we have our own tech stack that we use across the entire reforestation cycle, and it starts in the pre-planting phase with our remote sensing dashboard, which basically layers different types of data for us to understand, like in particular sites, how we can actually use the best mix of native species to restore a specific area. So that means soil data, precipitation, slopiness, rockiness of the underground, and other types of information. All of that data is then combined to develop the design, and that design is then inputted into our site-specific carbon capture model, which has been developed at the University of Wageningen. It's a Dutch university, top 3 to 5 agricultural and ecological universities worldwide. The director of science who started to develop that model the professor who started to develop that model is our director of science. And he developed that model specifically because a lot of the carbon models that are out there are national models. And honestly, if you plant a tree next on a mountain slope or next to a river, the amount of carbon and biomass that will actually be captured is very, very different. So being site-specific is super important for nature, but also for investors and our clients. Please go ahead to the next slide. Now, our tech stack is not only software, it's actual hardware. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll only speak to some of these tiny coded seeds that you actually see on the left-hand side on the slide. So we treat our seeds in different ways to actually manage some of the issues that we're seeing, either ensuring that they germinate immediately or that they only germinate when enough precipitation has fallen on the ground. Please go ahead to the next slide. And then finally, we are a science-based organization. So, years ago, we started to collect data on our own plantings through our own app, because back then Nature Tech did not exist yet. So that was step one, and of course we do a drone and satellite monitoring as well. And then more recently, investors and clients said, look, we want to have access to that data. At first, just pure from a CSR perspective and often from an employee engagement perspective, but more recently, indeed, because of CSRD, because of initiatives like TNFD. So we're really seeing an acceleration in the market there. We visualize our projects through our reforestation dashboard. Please go ahead to the next slide.
And you might need to wrap this up on this last one.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Could I just go to the final slide then? Yes, the last one. So we are ready to scale further in Australia. So we are planning to do 2,000 hectares in Australia in the next planting season in 2024 and going up to well over 10,000 hectares. Our biggest bottleneck is land access. So we need to work together with the Australian government to actually have access to land. So that is one. And two, in our business model, we, together with our partner, procure very degraded land. So it's also about finding the right funding to be able to procure that land at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Don't go anywhere. Do I have any questions from the Sky? I'm looking at you because I feel like you might have some questions about this one. Let me pass you the mic.
You mentioned working with governments and trying to procure the land. Have you thought about working more with private landholders and engaging in carbon farming, which is what my business does?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually already do. So, it's only in Australia that we actually use this model. In other countries, we never are involved in land procurement, but in Australia, this really offers opportunity because there's so much degraded land that nobody's really interested in. So what we typically do is, together with Cassinia Environmental, the land is procured, the land is restored, it turns into nature, and then either it's sold onwards to, for example, nature reserves or to other private landowners who might want to, live on the land. And the land is usually also part from a larger landscape type restoration project. So there is a part restoration, conservation, and, in many cases also still some, active agricultural practices happening on those lands. But we'd be happy to connect with you after this talk.
Question from the front.
Thanks so much. This is amazing. Who sells what to who?
Good question. So far, actually, our investors and our clients overlap. What does that exactly mean? So we typically work together with, multinationals that are trailblazers when it comes to their sustainability and nature strategies and have decided early on to invest in our projects directly. So we are indirectly funded by the carbon market. So they get access to the projects. We bring them up to registration only on the international registries, and then they get access to the carbon credits directly. So it's basically for them a really good investment to make, as the carbon market is probably really going to increase over time. Yeah.
Sure. We're running out of time.
Sorry.
In terms of the international standards that you've bought into, we've all watched the collapse of Verra credits this year. Just wanted to understand how much of this pipeline is dedicated to the VCS and what other standards you've looked at or are looking at seriously for the year ahead.
Yeah. So far we've basically been registering our projects on Verra, so you can find them all there if you like. And we are at the moment we're an 80-person company, so we're not huge yet. It does take a lot of resources to actually bring these projects online. So we're currently actively looking into which other standards could align with our goals.
Well, Verra is also 85% of the market, so you're not alone in focusing on the largest and has the most methodologies there. So many in that, and I might argue it has not collapsed, but I work in the carbon market. But everyone join me, please, in thanking Kathleen. And our final in-person presentation, we have Ronak from Greenovate Solutions. So. Do you want to start by introducing yourself while we get the slides up?
Sure, I'll just introduce myself. So I've been working on the carbon industrial problems for last 4 years now, and we're working upon how we can resolve the issue at the source point itself. And we're trying to figure out some ways around to it. So, is that good or is that? Okay, okay. You want me to be closer? And is the deck fine? Okay,
how about you take the hand mic and then you'll...
Great, thank you. Thank you, that's better. We'll begin. Okay, we'll just begin through this. So we're working on industrial emissions specifically, trying to focus on the carbon emission problem at the source point itself, where it all starts begin upon for. So something that we're trying to say is at Greenovate that we do is we're trying to combat climate change by making the emissions convert into a resource. Well, that's what something that we try to see. Resource has to be cost, emissions to be cost, and cost to revenue. That's something what we say. Can you go next? So what goes on is globally, 33% of global emissions come from the industry specifically, and of which 20% are from the medium and small industries. The hard-to-abate sector for surely counts into this thing, but the 20% is very specifically in the hard-to-abate sector, also from the small industries and medium industries out there. Moving ahead, what goes on is industries have declared decarbonization and they have adopted decarbonization technologies and multiple other things. But talking specific to carbon capturing at the source goes upon to establishment of a very capital-intensive infrastructure, which occupies a big chunk of the land at the industrial site itself and costs very heavily costing equipment up there. Second is the process is also very extensive and the process is not very well tamed to cater to lower scale volumes. So a small industry or a medium industry would not be able to actually incorporate because the volume levels of emissions are quite lesser. Hence, they cannot actually participate into something like this. Hence we're talking about somewhere between steel industries who make somewhere just between 50 tons of emissions a day, but the technology available out there in market only starts from 500 tons per day. So anything below that are actually not privileged out there. So that's where we came in. By developing our own tech of carbon clean solutions. We call this as Tube CCU. What we've tried to do is we've fit the whole carbon capturing complex process, which was earlier designed only for heavy scale operations. And we've put this down entirely in a shipping container, in a 20 feet and 40 feet shipping container itself. So this becomes nothing but just a plug and play system. You just need to place this thing at the industrial site, create some installments between the stack tower to the container, and the container starts capturing your emissions. That's what we've marked. And yeah, we have set to some installments about it, but the problem doesn't stop there. We need to focus more. So what goes on after we capture and store the carbon emissions in these containers? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a network of this, so where we deploy multiple of these components in an industrial sector area or an industrial market itself specifically. And then we create a network of collecting back the carbon from each and every industrial location, point them and bring it to the centralized location from where we can actually treat the carbon emissions to a higher quality level, and we can make it again back resellable into the market. So that's how the model goes around forward. So it's technology and plus the model both deployed together can actually help in decarbonizing the industries and also taking down the load of carbon inputs. Going further ahead. So our tech basically captures total of 90% emissions, and from that in total, we're able to valorize, which is recirculate back into the market, is approximately 70% of the emissions. So the emissions which earlier were to be something called as pollutants, but 70% of it now is something as a resource which can be used back into the industries and consumed back again. So that's something that we provide for. Going ahead. We are active right now in India with 2 projects, and we're also doing a project in Singapore at the Jurong Island specifically. Where we're doing it with low volumes of 50 tons a year, 100 tons a year in India, and we're just starting with the pilot project in Singapore where we're trying something of 5 tons and 10 tons per day carbon capturing right now. The Singaporean government is very excited because currently Singapore is all import oriented and they import all liquid gases right now for them. This provides that if we capture the SMEs, the small and medium industrial emissions of Singapore and Jurong Island, up to just 20% of the entire SME market of the Jurong Islands, we can sort of alternate the import by 80%. So we actually make the island, we actually help the Singapore by doing this, so by getting more self-dependent with their own emissions, and their emissions are the ones which help them in making self-dependent on that. That's something goes around, and we're trying also with the APAC region to sector into, because the APAC is focusing more on this, the utilization front point, whereas towards the west, the UK and US are actually focusing more on to sequester it back into the earth. So we are very focused to capture carbon in order to make a purpose out of it rather than sequestering it back onto the ocean. So that's us. Going ahead. So that's us, our team is, we are focusing not on just capturing carbon and so storing it back into the earth. We're a team who focuses specifically up there is to, create something as an ecosystem which can be carbon negative, but start generating revenue also. That's something. And make the emissions as to be material for consumption and for daily usage points. So, and we can try to make something. That's us specifically. So that's us. If you want to contact us, please do let us know. We can go to the next slide. Do I leave it to you or do I keep it for myself?
Well, I was going to ask thank you very much, Rona, particularly with the slides bouncing around. I might ask the first question, which might be where you're about to go before we cut you off for time before handing to the audience. But what is next for the business and what do you need to really accelerate what you're doing? You mentioned you're focused on India and Singapore at the moment. What are you looking for next and what does your business need from the audience who are here and also who's online?
Thank you. Well, that's an excellent question because if all the pieces are covered in the puzzle, what is next to be left upon for? But yeah, as I stated the example of a Singaporean project out there, the policy, the governmental support out there really helps a lot. Back in India, we're trying to push for last 3 years, but it's very slow, it's very steady to do something like this. It requires where all the stakeholders involved in the value chain from the source till the consumption point come in collaboration and work in synchronicity. If that is missing, it would be very difficult to execute the entire value chain line. And for that, we believe if the government intervention comes in with the policy frame structure or some motivation towards that part, which Singaporean government is doing at a very extensive level. Hence, if something of that sort comes upon, it would be much easier to execute the projects. Otherwise, it becomes a little tricky, but we can still try to figure out find our way outs to do that.
Thank you. Do we have questions from them? I'm not giving it back to you, Ryan, yet until we give someone else the floor. Apologies, you've already... do we have any other questions from the audience? We've got one down the front.
Thanks for this. This is fascinating. I'm just wondering whether you're actually selling a technology, a product, or actually a services. Are there comparable technology services in the market which you are competing with, or?
Well, yeah, our model says that we do sell the product. We're not licensing out the technology to anybody or in such sales. We do sell the product out there of the carbon capturing unit system per se, totally. And also we run the service of supplying from the capture point till the treatment zone point. But the most of the service model actually runs in collaboration by a retailer party, a retailer already present who deals in the retail sections of the liquid gases around for. So we onboard a collaborator, the retailer themselves onto the value chain line. So they handle the major part of the service structure, and our supply goes upon is to provide them with the captured carbon solutions out there. And then they handle the part of circulating it or reselling it back onto the market. So the two basic structure, we sell the product, and then we sell the service only till the retailer's point.
Thank you, and I was only joking, Ryan. You are welcome to have the microphone back. I just thought I'd share it around a little bit, so.
A couple of questions about, well, okay, fair. No, it's fair. In that case, maybe considering that you're saying that the challenges that you've solved is downscaling a very expensive tech for a different context, and you're saying that you're going to be able to make money at that level. And so I want to, again, talk about barriers to entry and barriers to competition. Why will the other groups that are doing the really big systems not downscale after you and compete with you, right? Or what is your moat and what's your unique selling point that makes you feel that you've got a long-term shot at dominating this market space?
Thank you for this excellent question. Okay, firstly, starting upon people who are doing at the larger scale, I'll just talk some numbers out. So there are 3 industries on the Jurong Islands itself in Singapore. They emit around 5,000 tons per day. So there are a total of some 3 plants. Well, the entire Jurong Island carbon requirement, the demand on a per day basis is nothing more than 200 or 250 tons. Well, we are having excess of emissions happening out there. So if they start deploying onto this model, that does not not actually work with them. That's the first case. Second is whether the technology can be downscaled easily by everybody. If it were, I would not be presenting my technology up there. It's a very difficult task to scale down the technology. Second is to run whether everybody wants to get on board the ship of running such chain line and wants to be a partner with us or wants to be a competitor with us. Yeah, we're happy to have that healthy competition around, because we should focus upon that sector which is not getting tapped upon for, because hard to abate sector, a steel industry is which makes 50 tons a day. Steel is hard to abate, so there's no alternative for them to get the power requirement. They will create emissions, but if they're just a 50 tons a day emission, they cannot even deploy or incorporate a CCU technology. So like, we are just trying to make them also enable, and if you want to achieve net zero, you got to cap that particular sector of emission as well. I hope we answered you.
Thank you very much, Ronak from Greenovate Solutions. Now, before we run away, we have our last presentation is happening virtually, and Nitish, I'm hoping you are there. You're currently on mute. Does someone want to type something into the chat just to check if might have put things on mute there? Otherwise, I'm going to start going rogue with questions. Perfect. All right, I'm going to start asking some questions. Oh, just in the nick of time, Nitish. Are you able to speak so we can just see whether we can hear you? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I just visible.
Perfect. So we've got you on the screen, and we also have your deck, so hopefully you can see both of those. And in the interest of time, I might hand over to you. You have 5 minutes, and maybe at the 1 minute mark, I might come in and just give you a little wave on the screen. We're just getting the deck up, so maybe Nitish, if you introduce yourself and just start, you can provide an introduction to yourself and the company as we then run through the slides. We've had a couple of challenges with the slides as we've been going this morning. I'm getting very close to asking other questions. All right, well, I might, if there were any questions in the audience for any of our panellists that they didn't get to ask, this is now an opportunity. Otherwise, I might ask some further questions just while we're getting Nitish on the screen. No questions? All right. I might give the chance for each of you to answer this, and we'll see when Nitish comes back on the screen. Otherwise, we may need to just not do that presentation. If you had one, I guess, kind of give from your business and one get that you'd like out of this process and the impact that you're making, what? Okay, we've got Nitish. Great. If you want to just kick off, Nitish, we've got you on the screen and your deck.
And I'll just, if that's fine. Yes, if that's fine, can I just switch off my net and continue? Am I good to go?
Yes, you are.
Switch off my video.
Yeah, you're on video, and we also have your deck up. So.
Yes. Okay, I'm really sorry. Keep it short so that even the internet. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. This is Nitish Jain from Panache Green Tech Solutions Private Limited. We're into the business of creating green building materials. As you can see, we are we have a bigger vision. Of creating cool and green cities. Manufactured from the intent of creating energy efficiency. Am I audible? Can I continue?
Sorry, Nitish. Unfortunately, we've got a really bad connection and we're not able to hear you. And so we may just need to, unfortunately, not do your pitch. But I'm sure afterwards we can share some details around your business's proposition, and if there's anyone who's interested, they can reach out to you. So apologies for that. Perfect, we'll share around the decks. I might wrap up just in the interest of time, but I'd really like to thank Monash and the Carbon Market Institute for putting on this event, and our speakers, Grace and Jinka, James. He's still there. the voice from afar. James, Ryan, Kathleen, and Ronak. So please join me in thanking our pitchers today and for their incredible patience with technology. So. All right, thank you all very much. There's a reason I'm not in a tech startup, as you've all seen.
Thank you. We should all take a photo.
Yes.
Together. Would you be able to do this for us? I have to run, but do you have a card?
I don't. Do you have a card by any
No.
chance? Okay, do we want to connect on LinkedIn?
Or WhatsApp?
Oh, yes.
Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Just like fully WhatsApp this.
Perfect. No, that's.
I'll send you a message. Yeah, my name's Lee, and unless you want to be. Thank you. I have two interests in this, and partly it's as a researcher at Washington University.
Welcome everyone to the last event on day 10, the day of food, agriculture and water at the Monash Pavilion. Thank you very much for making time for this amazing event organised by the Australian Water Partnership, Voices of Resilience, Water, Food and Climate. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Carleen Maywald from the South Australian Water Ambassador, who will take us through the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here for this event today. On this particular day of food, agriculture and water here at COP28. There have been so many changes in rainfall patterns, extreme weather events, water scarcity, pollution of our environment, and all of these are challenging our global communities. But at events like this, governments and their posse of supporters and advisors are there, locked away, negotiating at the very high level in the hope that we can come up with agreements that will stand us in good stead for the future. But what about locally? How are our local communities responding to what's already here and impacting upon us right now? Communities at the forefront of climate change, like those who live in the Pacific Islands, countries like Australia, where climate change is absolutely being felt, where it's impacting on our communities' well-being, it's impacting on our built infrastructure, it's impacting on our food. It's this panel, this is what this panel is going to concentrate on. We're not going to talk about all the big things that are happening at COP. We're going to talk about the local things that are happening, how communities are responding, particularly Indigenous communities. And today we're going to have a yarn. We're not going to do a normal panel session where we're going to be death by PowerPoint. We are going to actually do a yarn around the waterhole, where our panellists are going to introduce themselves and share individual stories and have a conversation amongst each other about how their communities are responding. And I think this will enable us to hear the voices and the stories from the communities that are at the front line of climate change. So to kick off the session, I'm going to firstly say thank you to the Secretariat of the Pacific Community and also to the AWP for supporting this session. It's the Australian Water Partnership, and I'd also like to thank Monash University for hosting us here today. But Phil, I'd like to ask you first of all to perhaps give us a good acknowledgement of country and tell us a little bit about your story.
Yamaninda, Phil Naya, Gomeroi Māori. I'd like to pay my respects to the people of this country who, as a collective from around the world, we get to walk softly on and deliver powerful messages. So on behalf of this gathering, we honour the past, we respect the present, and I trust that out of COP28 we have a shared vision of a prosperous and reconciled future for our next generations, you know. My name's Phil Duncan. I'm the Gallimbani Professorial Fellow in the Centre of Applied Water Science with the University of Canberra. I'm also a very proud member of Australian Water Partnerships. I live in one of the largest nations on the east side of Australia. We have 11 rivers. The Great Artesian Basin encapsulates all my nation, and I have 4 international Ramsar sites in one wetland. And over my lifetime, I've learned through the eyes of my elders and my knowledge keepers, and particularly my women that have guided me, that communication, networking and influencing should be the 3 fundamental words that provide a platform of strength for us to move forward together. I have seen the changing flow regimes on my arteries, you call rivers, and my veins that you call anabranches. I've seen 3 rivers disappear and become paleo channels. I've watched massive fish kills in my wetland, which is my supermarket, and the impact on my people's cultural, emotional well-being. We feel that to a great degree we operate in a vacuum of opportunity. We are asset rich with knowledge and country, but we are resource poor to be able to push our wants, needs and aspirations in a very definitive message to government, to industry and stakeholders. And I'm very proud to say that I stand with and for women, not just my women in the Kamilaroi Nation, but women globally. And I'm very much proud to be the minority on such a wonderful, rich panel from some beautiful people that are going to deliver you some great messages. And having said that, I want to say that, water's centrality to our cultural way of life, quality way of life, longevity of life, and our women's knowledge that holds that really precious learning opportunity that, we have to hand that knowledge down transgenerationally. So, Indigenous food security, we've seen the impacts on our native vegetation, particularly that has medicinal values. Our native fish populations are down to less than 10% since first contact. And I want to circle back to the opportunity for us to be collaborators. So communication, I want to unpack those three words very quickly, and I want to give the voices to these beautiful women here that I get to sit with. So communicating, we continue to be a people of generosity of spirit. We keep pushing out our messages, our wants, needs and aspirations. And the networking, we are a network of networks across this world, but in Australia we are also a network of networks. And we are collaborating, and influencing is the last word that I want to build on. We are influencing through that trusted, inclusive relationships with our key players, opinion leaders, stakeholders, and particularly our government, both our states, territories, and at the federal level. And we're seeing the results of that. Stronger relationships. In my lifetime, we're now looking at putting cultural flows into, water management plans, catchment management plans. And those cultural flows are built on our cultural connections, both spiritual and physical, and our cultural responsibilities and obligation to care for country and be involved in repairing for country. Lastly, I want to say thank you, ladies, for allowing me to be with you. I take it as a privilege and an honour, not just to stand with you, but to sit with you around this wonderful little lagoon that we're sharing together. And I say yene, and thank you, Mabawa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil. Some really powerful messages in there. And the collaboration, the creating networks, joining together and sharing our messaging is so important. We now have from Naomi a video that we're going to play. And perhaps if you can pass the microphone to... Oh, no, Naomi has the microphone. And perhaps you can introduce yourself, Naomi, and introduce your video. Thank you.
Thank you. Talo for everyone. My name is Naomi Maheu. I am from Tuvalu. I work under the Department of Foreign Affairs, and the video that we will be playing shortly, it's based on a real-life conversation between the two actors in the video, so I think it's awesome if we just play it first and then I can explain later. Thank you.
Teti Ali. Lei fuota kutama. Teti, silinga te vela. Talakas talo matani.
Eto mulo ko ita kutama. Tu kilo. Talo ka los sala matani. Te vela o te aso te.
Ayay vela kata penet te fenuang.
Kung ay may lunga ite mafuli-fuli nga o tau.
Fuli-fuli nga o tau?
Te mafuli-fuli nga o tau. Te mafuli-fuli nga o te vela. Te nafakam te tau o te aso. Se taimi e leva e mi.
Ia, pena te pongai. Ako whianu whakale punga ko la moko. I te vela tau whenua. Reti, hai e te taikotai ako mai ako ki te whenua?
Pongai mai lunga te tai whanaka.
Tai whanaka?
Te tai whanaka. Te whanaka nga te levolo te tai. I lunga. Hai mafua mai ka toi. Poko tianga o te mafuli-fuli nga tau.
Tapa, ka whanga koe te whiti. A ka where whanu e te tai. A i ku malemu, se rola na wak hau.
Ko sa kolog ya mami sa iyo na yok tau.
Pakatali tati. Kafela fa nakatatay. Ako tamapo akala ko malim.
Ito nula ko takutam. Elay, iyo si kolo tao ako. Faje kita ay malu ako sa ipo ka. Tumuha ko kailangan malim mo ang tamapo ka mga fa nakatatay gino.
Tati, tu wakalo.
Siyain. Sa takutam.
Tati, kaya te kung tenay manif katolo penay.
E pongay mai foki mai lunga. Ati thai fanaka. Ati thai ka fe go fanaka. Ko ala ye yo kaina toku ngatai. Tene ko mafai yo la vene ko to nga ko tene. Ko kaina vale lo. Ko falling ai pene ko manifi vale lo ko fe.
Tapa, fia katolo mo ko tianga, makiflinga tau ituvan.
Ito nulo ko takutam. Tene lo ko moli maune ko Ni uke poko tianga te mafuli ngau tau. Ituvan ne. Kalo fatakutam. Koi folik. Ako manavase ki mea ko ni lavene ia mo aso mai mo. Katse lei ke migrate au ki nisi whenua atu mai tua. Ko te mea ke mawhai ola saonga le mu. Ke mau tinoa whoki. Te lumanai manu ia aku tamu.
Tati, mawhai whakamatan tātou mua te tai whanaka.
Ao, e mawhai taku tamu. Mawhai e ngā lue whakatasi katoa whenua. Ki te whakamoemoenga. Te tasi poini lima. Te limiti te vela. Mo tō wola saonga le mu.
Kaya, pwede ki whenua kunai. Ia tātou, jeron waloa. Iaula ko mataku.
E whaingata e mi. O whakao ko tō leo. Ke langona ne te lalolangi.
Kaya lai teti. Sama whakakataku lagi te lalo lagi.
E sakwaitia e mi. Ke puke nau tō wata. Ke mawhai o lawe ne te lalolangi.
Oh iya, ngali tau mawhakau na tēnā. Talofa. My name is Emmy and I am 7 years of age. What I witnessed today is a threat that I will never forget. It is a concern because I have little sisters and a baby brother on the way. I'm afraid of what our future will hold. I may be a stranger, but I'm a child who deserves a brighter future. Like any other children in the world, I urge you to pause, reconsider your decision, and act now to secure my brighter future.
Thank you. I think we'll go back. Okay, so as I said, what we've noticed is a real life conversation between Emmy and her dad. Emmy is my 7-year-old talkative niece. The conversation was during a king tide in Tuvalu in February this year. She was at a young age, she was able to witness the impact of sea level rise on Funafuti, and she just continuously questions her dad on what is happening and why. And so her dad came up with this idea, but then he was like very busy throughout the year, but then fortunately, Emmy's aunt is coming to COP, and that's when we actually had to let's do this, let's make this idea come to fruition. And so I actually promised my niece that I'll bring her video here to COP, and I'll make sure that her plea will be heard by all leaders of the world. So I'd really appreciate if you guys can share the video. It's actually on YouTube under the Rising Nations Initiative YouTube page. It's also on my Facebook page, and I'd really appreciate if everyone can share her plea so that all the leaders in the world can actually hear Emmy. Yeah, so that's the story behind the video. But in the video, we saw that Emmy questioned her dad that why is the water rising, or why has it come? It has reached the roadside, right? And with water, this is the problem in Tuvalu. Saltwater intrusion, inundation. It has affected our soil, our land. It has infiltrated our gardens. And this is a problem that we're facing in Tuvalu. And last year, we declared a state of emergency due to prolonged drought. And this was devastating Tuvalu. There were a lot of impacts it has raised in Tuvalu, and especially in my family. During the drought, my family, there are 15 members of us in our house. We're an extended family, 4 generations, grandma, my parents, me, and of course my little nieces. So we all live together at home. And during drought, we had to go and fetch 6 buckets of water. That was the ration. These are all desalinated water provided by the government under the different water project, security project, which I can talk about it later. But those are the impacts of water security in Tuvalu. And I think I'll just hand over to another speaker due to the interest of time, but I know we'll have the conversation going and we can talk more about it, but thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Naomi, and through the eyes of children. I mean, what more can we say? And I think that video, I think, should be shared as wide as we can possibly share it, because it has so much impact, and it demonstrates quite clearly that this is not a now problem, it's an intergenerational problem. But the decisions we make now are going to have big impacts on what kind of life your little niece Emmy has, and for all of those other children out there who are facing at the cold front the climate change impacts. Wow. Next, Sapphira, would you like to introduce yourself and perhaps tell us a little bit about why you've come to COP?
Bula, that's how we say hi in Fiji, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I'd like to thank Omega Institute for bringing me across. Why I'm here at COP? I have it's a sample of handicrafts. It's a smaller version of what the women back home, it's what I can bring across. It's just because of the weight excess that I can't afford. So I brought the mini version of the mats that are made from pandanus leaves that we use back home. And this is we do this from the husks of the coconut tree. We call it mangi mangi. And I'm wearing the bigger version of it. And yes, plus the fish skin that we can make a leather fish skin that we can make, because we are ocean that we are living in the by the sea, and we have fish every day. So that's something. And yes, the fan from the Kiribati with the 1.5 degrees on it. This is having to come to COP is like an opportunity for me to come and share the story back home. You won't know the stories until I shared it. And I'm glad that I have an elder here from the district that I work with too in Dawasamo, sitting at the back there. Thank you very much, Ratu. Thank you so much for this. Back home, our food security is very much affected because of the rise in temperature. If we carry on from beyond 1.5, we will not have any more marine products for us. And that means no protein. So we are relying on all of you, our folks, the academics and all the community organizations, the parties, the governments, to fight for this 1.5 so that we can still have our food security back home. And the water, yes, we have the same problem with Tuvalu. We don't have any water sources back home. In Fiji, in our small islands in Laos, where I represent from the province, we don't have any water holes. We have problem with water because all our waters are contaminated because of the rise in sea level. So we rely on rainwater collections for our water source back home, and the children are suffered more because as soon as there is no water, no rain for long, there won't be any school. Just because of the fact of the water problem that we're facing. We can't send children to school because of the sanitation problem. And when it comes to these, we suffered so much. There is so much health causes that we have back home just because of the water problem we have. Water is life. Back home. Water purifies us, water sanctifies us, water cleanses us. Water is life, it's our main source of things. We live only because of water. You can go without food for 3 weeks. Yes, you can't live without water for 3 days. And just imagine if there is drought back home, we share little things that we have. We manage, we've been resilient in all these crises that we have daily. The crisis is the daily things with us. I went across with these 2 Category 5 cyclones that were sweep across my country in 2016 and just last year. This is something that really are not something that we were looking forward to. We never know that we'll have Category 5, but when Category 5 strikes, nothing stands on the way. That includes houses, churches, and everything. So that's the situation with us back home. And we hope this Article 6 is going to come through because that's something we are relying on in back home for the bigger islands that we have to plant more trees and to keep those trees that are standing in our homeland so that we can still have a little bit of water left for the people that live close by. That's the situation back in Fiji, and I'm glad and so thankful for Manas, and thank you for SPC, thank you for Australian Water for allowing this for us to come and share our stories. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sophia. And what you can see, this is driving home the realities of climate change right at the very, very local level, and the role that women are playing in actually helping communities to be more resilient and helping communities to drive change in the local community that is going to enable survival. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. I think I'll ask Anna now if you would like to just introduce yourself, where you're from, and then perhaps give us a little bit of a story about how you're seeing climate change impact where you are.
Kamnapen and Maori, that is greetings from Kiribati. The first thing that I would like to say is just to thank the UN Women and the IPO who have made it possible for me to come and share my story with you. Before starting, I was just thinking what to say and what to share. One metaphoric thinking game, and it says, water is like a blood that is running in our vein. Without it, we are all gone. And so I will base my story on that. In Kiribati is only 2 to 3 meters above the sea. And we only rely on underground water for living, especially to get our fresh water. There is no other means to get fresh water. We have been greatly affected because our land has been eroded, our waters has been inundated, which caused contamination. This affected especially the women and the children. Why did I say children and women? Women have a lot to go through since they have to do home chores, provide food, take care of kids, and also run the homes. And water is part of it. If there is no water, they have to go and fetch water a long distance. From my experience in working as a gender and youth officer in one of the projects, I went to one island and it was really sad to see that they only have one well water, which is not that deep. Probably be only 100 meters. And that is the water where everybody will have to take a truck from other end of the village to come and fetch their water. So they have to wait. 5 will also take their bucket of water first, then they wait for the water to come up, then another 5. Then you can just imagine how will that fetch the whole island. And also I always go, the sea and the waters are my friend, because I get my food, fresh food from the sea. My dad is a fisherman. And then when I get home, I have to bathe with clean water. In the olden days, when I'm thirsty, I'll just go and fetch water from the well and drink it. Whereas now, it is really difficult because you will get sick. Why? It's all contaminated. The only way of trying to save the water, especially to make it safe for the children, is to boil it. But the issue is that when we boil it, it becomes saline. So this is one of the issues I am really concerned because it's also affecting our food crops, our lives, as I said before. And how do we save it? For our people, for the community that I have been working with, they have been working using the knowledge that has been passed to us, and that is the wicking base to save water, so that they can make a plant and water it only once for 3 days. And then that will be okay for the plants, but not for us. We cannot drink one now and then drink the next 3 days. So here, that's what my concern is, our land, our people, because our land is us. We are not separated from it. And why? All of us in Kiribati, our umbilical cord were buried. And that shows our uniqueness and that we are one with our land. Our parents, grandparents, ancestors were buried in that land as well. And we always go and bury, we are always buried in the same grave where they were buried. And once once the sea eroded our land, they will be all gone. It's like part of our life, our heart is all gone, because that's us. So we cannot think of leaving our land. That's our home. And we are happy to be there, no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I'm going to just now, before I come to Nada, pass to Mina. Mina Gooley has a history of just learning and going out and seeking, and she's a champion for the voices of those who don't necessarily have the opportunity to have their voices heard. So I'm just going to ask Mina if you have some comments that you'd like to make, because I know that you and Phil have to leave shortly, so if that would be appropriate now, please.
Thank you, Carleen, and to my sisters here and my soul brother here. Thank you very much for being here, not only in person but in spirit, and to share your stories. Many of you already know over the last year I ran 200 marathons in 32 different countries around the world in order to raise up and lift up the voices of people on the front lines of this crisis. When I was running across the Simpson Desert in Australia, one of the Indigenous community leaders said to me, Mina, decisions would be better if leaders could understand that things are different on the land. During all my marathons, when I ran through flash floods, I ran up to the tops of glaciers that are melting faster than you can imagine. When I witnessed firsthand the horrors that Indigenous and local communities are facing in their farming communities, in the production of the food and the fibre that we all rely on for our daily lives. When I looked at the dams that are emptying out and for the first time approaching dead pool level, which means that there is not enough water to continue to operate those dams. When I heard from the local communities the challenges that they are facing every time, you realise you cannot turn away. Too often in environments like this at COP, we forget that there is a whole nother world out there. We wake up in our hotel rooms, we turn on the tap and water comes out. We go to the water collection places here that are littered across this COP facility and water comes out that we can drink. We forget that every single day this is not the reality for millions of people on the ground, for women, for girls, for communities, for farmers, for the next generation, for policymakers who are being forced to make decisions. Do I buy desalination facilities or do I send kids to school? This is not a future we can head towards. The only solutions that we can find are, number one, lift up the voices of the people on the front lines. Lift them. That is not just for the people on the front lines. This is for all of us, everywhere. Inserting people, inserting the voices into the conversations that matter. Connecting the people out there to the people in here. Bringing those voices into the corridors of power and letting them fly, because we cannot turn away. But this is about more than the people. It's also about driving action. Action to invest in solutions, technological solutions like many of those being developed at Monash, but also investing in our nature-based infrastructure, the biodiversity that is key to ensuring our supply chains continue to provide us with energy, with food, with fibre. So we must continue to invest, and we must do it in ways that are recommended by the people who are suffering, who are on the front lines and who know this best, and that is the Indigenous communities. We need to listen more and talk less. And the third and final thing is something that someone said to me when I was out running, which is that change is not made by one person alone. Change is made by communities of people coming together. We are united by water. It is the one single thing we all rely on for our lives every single day. As we've heard from every single person that's spoken on this panel, water is life. And that makes water not someone else's problem, it makes water everybody's problem. Water is everybody's business. And it's time that we all stood up together and we said, we need a change. Individually, we can make an impact, but when we work together, we truly can change the world for the next generation. It needs us to act now. Unfortunately, one of the reasons Phil and I have to dash off is because we have fought to ensure that Indigenous voices are being heard on some high-level ministerial panels. And so I'm really sorry that we have to go, but please listen to these incredible women here. Their voices are vastly more important than mine. Their voices are vastly more important than many of us, because they connect us to the problem and they can help us to find the solutions. So thank you all, my sisters. Please let us make the world a better place for Tumi, for everybody, for all of the next generations to come, but also for all of you. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. Absolutely, marvellous, and you can see just through the actions of one person raising the voices across the world that we can make a difference as an individual. And so thank you, Mina, for everything that you do in supporting and raising the voices of so many. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to work with you. And for all of us here, women and our token man, we are really very, very appreciative of the support that you provide for those voices that would otherwise find it very difficult to get heard. So I'm now going to ask Nada to introduce herself and what you do, and a little bit about your story, why you're here at COP, and how do you see Indigenous voices in your world?
Thank you, Carleen. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. So I'm Nada Abubakar. I'm a water professional, and I work with technology developers in the water sector, including in Aboriginal communities. And I wanted to highlight some of the, or add the perspective of innovation technology and how that relates to First Nations people. So there's a lot of gaps around R&D, innovation still, that need to be addressed to help First Nations people. And I'd like to highlight some of them. So there's areas around keeping water treatment solutions simple, easy to operate. So there's a lot of research and innovation that is definitely needed to address that gap. There are areas around developing chemical solutions, sort of like moving away from the reliability of chemicals in water treatment. Again, lots of gaps in developing that further. And then thirdly, there's a brine challenge in these communities, especially in inland communities where they're relying on desalinating groundwater. So again, there's a lot of R&D and innovation needed in that space, because there's a brine problem. What do you do with it? How do you handle that? How does that usually happen? The perspective I'd like to add is that the co-design, so it kind of follows through from Mina's points around incorporating not just the voice of the service providers like the utilities or the voices of the technology developers, but more importantly, incorporating the voice of the community itself. They are the ones on the ground dealing with all these pain points, and following a co-design approach that listens to them, listens to their needs, and then finding the right solutions accordingly is something that is needed in that development space. Another area is governance. So there's a lot of new innovative solutions out there that the utilities across the world are using, like AI. That's not really properly introduced into the First Nations and Aboriginal communities, probably because of the lack of governance structure. And that could, you think, what would AI do in First Nations areas? But there's a big support that it can play. Areas like drones, providing supply chain. So whether it's in remote communities where drones are actually providing parts for equipment. There's areas around forecasting what's going to change in the climate, and then they could deal with the floods that are coming up in the community. So there's a lot of areas that they could then utilize, and even training, enabling remote ability of operations as well using AI. But there's a training piece that's required. There's a governance piece in order to bring those tools into the communities. So hopefully that gives you some perspective of how the role of innovation and R&D can play, and hopefully to empower and again listen and co-design solutions for First Nations and Aboriginal people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nada. So I'm going to come and join the talking circle now, because this is about a yarn and this is about us all around the waterhole and looking towards our future. Just to give a little bit of background about myself, my name, as you know, is Carleen Maywald, and I'm formerly the Minister for Water Security in the South Australian Government. But what I really am is a girl from the country, a girl who lived on the River Murray in a community that was absolutely dependent on the River Murray for its survival. We grow food, we grow vegetables, we grow fruit, we grow grapes for wine. We're a community that is 100% dependent on the productivity of the region. And when water is scarce and water is not forthcoming and irrigators are impacted by not having access to water, it is devastating, absolutely devastating for our communities. I had the fortunate opportunity to get elected to represent that region in the South Australian Parliament, and then during the worst drought in recorded history, I was lucky enough to be the Water Minister for Water Security at the bottom of the system of the Murray-Darling Basin when we were running out of water. That's a little bit about my story and why I'm here. And the reason why I'm here and with this wonderful group of people is because it's through the telling of the stories of how climate change is impacting on people, how it actually impacts on the day-to-day lives, how it changes the future for our children. And if we don't have these conversations, and we don't have these conversations in a way that our voices can be heard and that we can lift those voices up to the highest level, the decisions will be made behind closed doors. Those decisions won't be co-designed. They will be done to us and not with us. And so our championing of the cause here, of the women on this panel, is to work together to ensure that we can impress upon people the importance of doing things together. So, Sapphira, I'm going to just ask you to tell us about, in the context of your communities, how the women play a role in actually helping the community to adapt to the changes that you're facing.
Thank you, Carleen. Thank you so much. Well, climate change changed the ways of life back home. Before, my father used to be the breadwinner. Because of the climate change, there is no copra, there is no fish in the lagoon. The fish have moved from where they can go and fish deeper into the lagoon, where only the young and the strong can go and dive for our fish. It's no longer us going with our nets, singing a lullaby song and singing song while we're fishing. It's no longer that back home. So when it comes to food security, we're lacking that. It depends on our young people who have moved to urban centers for income-generating jobs and work to help us back home. So now because of that changes, the women are the breadwinner. What's left on the ground is what the woman made crafts from. It's the artisans we have to upskill every single woman on our island so that they know the crafts that our elders learned and kept. The crafts before were only for traditional knowledge. Today is Sunday back home. And we will go to church, we wear what I'm wearing. It's a respect because our God is solemn. Our God is sacred. So back home, this is the norm at home. The women now are the breadwinners. The men are supporting the women in planting pandanus trees, in harvesting. Yes, they have to do that because that's the only way we can buy our food, because we are now relying on processed foods. That's a sad thing back home. I'll go home. I just came home before I came to COP. I went to 14 islands in my district, in my province, moving from one island to the next island by the small boat. We call it the fiber boat, no longer canoe now. It's powered by a 40 horsepower outboard motor, or 60, depends on the what they can afford back home. As I drive through from one island to one island, the waves get stronger and stronger. And I was going against currents. The Pacific Islands are going against the current of change. We're exhausted. We're tired. But we fought on. We fought our life to survive. We kept whatever pandanus tree that we can ever plant, because that's what we are going to sell for meals for our children. Buy them clothes to send them to school. Most of them doesn't have shoes or sandals to go to school, but they walk to school on barefoot. This is a situation back home. It was much better when I was small. I live with so much peace and support and being protected, because climate change was not in my young days, in my children's days. But now, the women folks are working harder than before. They no longer concentrate on food to be on the table. What they are doing now is 24/7 making crafts so that they can buy from the nearest canteen. And when boats goes to the island once every month. So just imagine if there is a cyclone, there won't be any boat. If the warning is being given that no boat goes, there won't be any food back home. We'll rely on whatever coconuts left there. We use the coconut to drink. We use the coconut as our food. We use the coconut to earn our living. So whatever little coconut trees we have home, that's so precious to us, because that will be a means of making food and producing, preparing food for them. Children, women now no longer concentrate on teaching their children on their school homework. Their concentration is on doing art so that they can bring money for their families. That's the change back home. That's what climate change forces us back home. It's the reality. It's what we are going through daily in, daily out. In the morning, we can have the sunshine coming in the morning. In the evening can be a cyclone strike without warning. So that's the situation back home. That can be flash floods. It can be beautiful day, and you don't know that out in the mountain, it's been raining for days. You don't know. The only thing you can realize, there's a flash flood coming. These are the things, and when it's drought, it takes months. Where we get our water from, we rely on the coconut trees that are there. It's a sad situation back home, because when I go to the island, just like I just came back, I have to take waters with me. I felt sorry, but to survive the trips that I went through, I have to take waters with me, because I can't. They are adapt to the water they have in the islands. I am not adapted anymore to those waters in the island. That's a sad situation. They have diarrhea, they have skin diseases, they have all kind of sickness you can come across with, you can think of. And the worst is non-communicable disease because of the processed food is been their diet every day. They can't have vegetables like us. Where do they plant their vegetables? It won't grow. It won't survive in our islands. So they don't have vegetables back home. It's just fish over fish. You have dried fish over raw fish. That's the situation back home. And I'm thankful to the women back home. And I'm standing here on their behalf because they have come this far. And I just want to praise the Lord, and give honor to the God, the creator of the universe, for allowing them to live with whatever scarce are the little things they have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Safira. There's lots of really powerful messages in that, and I'm going to leave at the end of the conversation. I'm going to ask you a question, so I'd like you all to think about this. What do you hold as the glimmer of hope in the future for you and your communities? And what would you like the future to look like? Naomi, I'm going to ask you, how is climate change and the story of Emmy impacting upon the young people in your home? And what does the future look like for the youth of your communities?
Thank you. So as you've seen in the video, Emmy's dad had a thought of migrating. And this is the impact of climate change that has caused to the young ones in Tuvalu. Last few months, we had a conference, SPC conference in New Caledonia, and I was asked to be a youth representative to speak to all the leaders of the Pacific. And so because I represent the youth, and so I didn't want to just raise my own personal opinions. We had a kind of discussion like this with all the youths. There were 10 of us that were there at the SPC meeting. And so during the discussion, I actually had to ask them for their opinions. What do they think of climate change in Tuvalu? And 2 of them actually mentioned that they want to migrate. And it is because of the drought that I mentioned before. Just the effort to wake up early in the morning to go fetch your 6 buckets of water, so that it's enough for your whole family throughout the day. And I can relate to that because, like I mentioned, there were 15 of us in the family, and that includes toddlers and babies. And so with that 6 buckets in the morning and 6 buckets in the afternoon, what we actually did was for bathing. Sorry, this is a story of resilience. And so in Tuvalu, where I come from, Nanumanga, we normally get teased that we're like the budget and planning department of Tuvalu. We don't want to waste anything, right? And so this was what we did during that drought situation for bathing. So you know those hardcover suitcases? You half it, and then you stand in it, and then you take your bath, all right? And then after that water, you pour it into a bucket and you use that to flush the toilet. And that's what we did, so that we can save that 6 buckets of water for our little ones, to wash their clothes, to cook their food, to feed them with. And in Tuvalu, it may be embarrassing for some families that we're actually doing this, but this is what we do. We have to plan preparedness. We have to do something so that water is enough for 15 of us at home. And this is the struggle that we had to face last year during the drought situation. And we're thankful that we got support and donors from especially DFAT. Jet had to come in and delivered water bags. They were awesome. Like, I didn't know that there were stuff like that available, but they actually, like, Air Force jets had to come, RAF, the Royal Air Force something for, yeah. They actually had to come, and they delivered all these incentives and all the supplies just to help our little tiny islands to survive so that we can go through these drought situations, and we're truly grateful for that. And also with youth, so my brother, Emmy's dad, he's so into this water thingy. He just loves water, and I'm grateful for SBC and for Water Australia for getting me on this panel, because just last few months he just completed his project. It's called Scaling Up Pacific Adaptation, and it's about water, sponsored under SBC as well. And so he does procurement of water trucks, procurement of water tanks, and he mainly focuses on primary schools on the capital. That was just the limitation of his project. But during that drought situation, there were 2 new water trucks that they were able to be delivered to Funafuti, which we used during our drought situation. All the schools had water. Thankfully, that all the water tanks and like connection from water catchment to the water tanks, there were water taps. They were all available during that drought period, and this was all through the project that he just recently completed. And the project that he's currently doing now, well, still under climate change, under SBC, in collaboration with DFAT, MFAT New Zealand. It's water security project, and now he's looking at the refurbishment of water catchments in every household in Tuvalu. So he's starting on the capital, and then it'll roll out to all the islands. The water catchments, refurbishment of that, more procurement of water tanks, and the patchment or fixing of water tanks who are damaged, or even a water systems in Tuvalu. So that's the project he's currently working on. And although he's doing all these adaptation projects, like at the end of the day, he still has this thought in his head that migration is the only best option for him and his kids. And this is where I don't want him to get into, like for him to migrate. Like, we have a lot of conversation about this, about climate mobility. And I was like, just as my aunties here have mentioned, that our connection to our land, our whenua, is strong, which is so true. Our umbilical cord, our placenta, buried in the land and marked by planting a coconut tree or any tree to reaffirm cultural connection to land and heritage. And that's very important to me. But because he has kids and I haven't had kids, MB are my kids, as in the Pacific, all our nieces and nephews are our kids, I would still want to stay back home, but he wants to migrate as his thought. And that's where we don't want that for him to get into, right? Which is, we still want to remain home in Tuvalu. And we know that there's still hope. And we know that just as his answer to his little daughter is, yes, we can stop the sea level from rising if all leaders work together, honor the Paris Agreement, stick to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And there's more other water projects happening in Tuvalu, including adaptation for our land, which you'll see in the 3D model shortly. But yeah, there's just a lot of water stories that I can share, but I'll just share those for now, and I'll leave you to the rest of our wonderful ladies to share their story. But yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Naomi. As you can see, that the impacts of climate change are not just about access to water or not just about land being lost. It's about the impact on families and the devastation for families when they have to make decisions like to separate from one another. And it's decisions that are being forced upon, not because of want. And that I think is a really tragic and a very, very strong message. And you've got lots of stories that you can share as well. Perhaps if you can focus on, how you and your role and what you're doing in your community to try and build the resilience and build a future for your community.
Thank you. Like for us in Kiribati, as I have mentioned, working with different communities, our worry is that's always a worry. What will happen to my children tomorrow? And that moves us forward. One way that I am working on, like before, by profession, I'm a teacher. I work in the agriculture. Then I'm asked to come back to the school. So now I'm back teaching again. What was in my mind when I come back to the classroom is that that will be the best place to help our people to become resilient, starting from our students. So in the IAs, we are giving up to develop our own IAs. What I usually give my students is the impact of sea level. What is their feelings? They have to put feelings in and make it into a film. Unfortunately, I am not able to bring them up because they have been telling their stories. And that was the first time they heard about climate change and its impact because they don't believe it. In Kiribati, we have a more strong faith believing that God provides. And I told him, yes, God provides also. God gave us freedom to do what we want. And that part of it, giving us God, being given a freedom, some people are destroying our beautiful island and our world. So therefore, we have to be able to think of what I will do tomorrow. So from that, I collect more information from them, especially from sharing their experiences and how will they go about it. One of the students was mentioning, because he was so worried, that was when fear comes. And he said, I would like to go. If this is going to happen, I would not like to die here, because when the wave comes, I might be just dead in my sleep. I reminded him that, yes, that might happen, but if we can work as a collective team. Like for us, you work individually, but as a team, we can develop other important projects that might help. So what they do, the first thing we do, as usually done in Kiribati, is planting mangroves, because they fear the sea. And to make the sea more friendly to them, because that's where we get also our main food, we start planting mangrove with the youth. So that was the first thing we did. Then the next one is planting long-term food crops, because that is the only also way to provide them when there is none, especially at this time. And from the fruit we have, the only main food we have is pawpaw, banana, and breadfruit, if my colleagues here agree, and bandanas. So what we do also in the outer island is that they planted all these food crops next to on the shore, because that they can stand and they can also be survived through like in the saline water. That is the second one. The third one that they were doing is using what we call peat brush, where they are, because we cannot afford to build walls. And that is the only way, since they live day by day. Money is not an issue for them because they believe the land provides. So in that case, they start building the peat brushes, where we use it as a fence, where they put all their rubbish in, and it's like a reclaimed land. So that's another way of what has been practiced. And on how to save water, as I have mentioned before, they like what my I would call it my niece here says, or my daughter here says, that they have to save water. And that's what as I have mentioned earlier with the wicking base. We try to recycle the water, make sure that it is safe. So all the water we use to clean our dishes, we try to drain them out into the garden. And that will help to water our gardens. And also, like in Kiribati, they don't, like for me, talking on my own personal experience and my life with my family, they still don't understand, and they don't understand what I'm doing, because they said that God provides. That's them. And I said, yes, God provides. You also have to save what you have. Because water for them, they just use it in now. Since the land our land, our ancestors' land we are on now, that's where they get water to fetch the whole island. And that's why they are not even willing to save water. But in the communities, they will be given 3 days to get their waters. Otherwise, they will not be able to get fresh water. So that is another way, trying to make plans on how to save water. And then the people there are able to know how to save water. When is the time for them to get water, they have to go and fetch water. Make sure they have many gallons of, big gallons to keep the waters that will allow them to survive until the next 3 days. So these are what has been happening with the way we live. And for us women, I encourage them. The first thing that I do with them is that building their capacity, trying to get themselves, by giving them the self-development in order to be having that self-confidence, because there for us women are always at the back bench, men are at the front. I think similar with other culture. At this time, we are able to get the further islands, the 9 islands that I have been working with, they are able now to include women and youth as in the secretary team, which is the first thing we have been doing, where they are also involved in the planning and the decision making on how to do them, because we all have our different needs, youth, men and women. So that is how we have been trying to encourage our people to become resilient, because we are resilient. We have our own traditional knowledge and those maintain us. And that's what we cannot let go to take modern new technologies, because if we are going to wait for desalination machine, when will that happen? Because we don't have that money to get it right now. We need it now, not later. So that's why we cherish our knowledge, traditional knowledge, that help us to still survive until now. So that's what is important for us. This is our identity and it is us. So we cannot run away from it. So please come and sit with me on the same canoe to battle the same way, so that we can fight together our fight. Thank you.
Wow. Once again, a lot of really common themes from all of our speakers. The one is how you work together as a community to face the challenges that you have, but also the reaching out beyond borders and the ability to be able to build capacity within your own communities to actually understand the risks, the dangers, and then create the opportunity for those who actually have access to the technology. It's not a technology shortage in the world. We have the solutions that could actually help communities and to build into those communities a future of well-being. But what we don't have is the political will. We don't have the funding stream set up correctly to enable the money to flow, and we don't have the commitment to actually engaging with communities to co-design the solutions that are necessary. And I fear greatly when decisions are made from a great lofty height that we get solutions that are delivered to us in our local communities that are not fit for purpose. And the world is actually littered with good intentions, but infrastructure that is not owned by the community or understood by the community, and therefore is unsustainable in those communities. So it's not just about getting access to technology, it's about building the systems and the system strengthening around that infrastructure for communities to have ownership, manage, and know that that's part of their future. So in talking about that, pathways for innovation to markets, like markets where it's really difficult to service, such as in the Pacific Islands, what's your experience, Nada, and how do you think we can actually create environments where that pathway to innovative solutions being developed with developing nations?
Thank you, Carleen. I'm humbled to be a part of this panel, in all honesty. You don't realize the extent of the issue. We're also removed from it, and it was the COP28 that you get exposed to it. You see how the emotions are quite raw, and it really brings out the problem. So I think there's a big awareness piece that is required. You don't need to be at COP. It has to be an awareness outside of these events where there's the developers or the solution providers need to be well aware of this need that's required. There's an engagement that's also needed as well in order to co-design, to listen, to be able to understand the issues and work with the communities to address those problems. And then there's the incentivization as well. So the funding, you said, is a key thing, and that's definitely an incentivization piece that needs to be created in the right way in order to get those right parties engaged and working with those communities and solving these problems. This traditional knowledge that you've touched on, Anna, so how could you make the most of that traditional knowledge and co-design it with what's existing already? There's history around traditional knowledge that took thousands of years to get right. So how could you make the most of it with the changes that are happening in the world and innovate together with what's available? Yeah, that's my piece of it. But it's an honor to be listening to you, and I hope as part of the water innovation ecosystem, I can spread that word outside and create that awareness on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nada. So, to that challenging question, what's the bright hope on the horizon for you and your communities? Safira, what do you see as that star that you're aiming for that brings you here to COP?
Thank you, Colleen, for that. Yes, solutions, there are solutions. And we need that done right now. In my scripture, it's written there that the water are in the atmosphere, in the ocean, in the snow, ocean and under the ground, and in the fruit trees. Those are where the waters are. So in whatever that can be done, we need that. The academias, the science, merging with our traditional technologies. This can help us in the Pacific. We can have desalination, but we're not going to cut down on fossil fuel if we do that. So we need ideas and technologies to do that. We can get atmospheric water because there's plenty there. And we can need the fund. We need funding to do that and the technology and planting of more fruit trees. Thank you so much.
Okay. Question again? What's the star that bring me here so that I can, in this COP, the message, the purpose of me coming here is that so that our stories could be heard and so that we could be noticed by bigger nations who are still not seeing us because they are blinded by their greed in modern technologies in developing their countries without considering us. And that's why I'm here, to voice our voices so that we may be heard and recognized that we are still there and we need them to act now, not tomorrow.
Thank you. Firstly, phase out fossil fuel and reduce carbon emissions. Those are my hopes for this COP. And yeah.
Mine is always about water and elevating the water in the dialogues that are taking place for COP28 and realizing that water permeates through everything. So it's not just water day today; it's water day every day. Because you can't fight climate change without addressing that as well. So yeah.
Absolutely, very wise words from all of you there. It's been an absolute honour for me to be able to moderate this session, to enable you to share your stories on this platform here at COP. We've got some really wonderful messages that have come out of this through the communities working together, fighting for their own resilience. They need support, they need our help, and I think we need to help. So how we drive that help is up to every individual. Can't just be left to the big decisions at the COP and the like. There are local things that we can all do to support. It's been wonderful to share the stage with you all. I think from a youth perspective, we've learnt that there are challenges in thinking about what the future holds and can they continue to live in the environment in which their families and their ancestors have lived for generations. For women who are taking on the additional burden of actually producing the income, the pressures that puts on families and the children and the knowledge that and the learning of children at school if they're not getting that support from their mothers in the home. For the communities, driving the knowledge about what's happening, and that culture is not static, culture evolves. And I think the teachers and building the capacity within communities to actually understand that we need to grow in our knowledge of what our future looks like in our local environment and how we might work to actually improve the capacity and the leadership within the next generation to embrace and address those. We have a very, very special next session, and Naomi has got over here on the table a model of Tuvalu, I had a tongue tie there, Tuvalu. And this model has been put together, and it actually is really incredibly visual on how it demonstrates the impact of sea level rise on Pacific communities. So over to you, Naomi.
All right, thank you. If you could all please rise and move towards the table. And gather around, don't be scared. Too low. Yeah?
Hey, Alan, you press the button.
Oh, yeah, of course.
No, you.
Sorry.
I'll just stand by and help.
Where?
You look so beautiful.
Thank you.
Naomi, Alan's going to press the buttons.
Yes, okay, sure.
Tilo.
We'll just wait for the... Oh, yeah, the lights. Eh? Definitely my logo.
Oops, it's tight, isn't it?
Are we all right? Yeah. Are we all right? Okay, cool. So what you're seeing here is as a part of Funafuti Atoll. So Funafuti is the capital of Tuvalu, and we'll take you through the different scenarios of sea level rise. And I will just want to introduce my colleague here. This is Alan, who's the project coordinator for LTAP, or Long-Term Adaptation Plan. We'll get to that later, but first we'll show you the scenarios. If you could come closer, because the light isn't not too friendly. Okay, so we've chosen this part of Tuvalu specifically because we've got the government buildings in this area. The airstrip is there. There's our agriculture here, our piggeries on this side, and most of the residences are here. So that's the coast, and this is the lagoon. So I'm gonna take you through our pre-sea level rise 1 in 10 year scenario. So, yeah, pre-sea level rise. Yep, that one. Yeah, 1 in 10. That one. Cool. So this is a scenario for 1 in 10 years sea level rise. This is like a category 1 cyclone. So as you can see, there's wave flooding. There's flooding over here on the side of the road at this pond. Some of the houses are impacted. They're like light pink. But this is like a 1 in a 10 year event of pre-sea level rise. And this is just inundation. This is water from the ground. It's not overtopping from the coast or the lagoon. And then we're gonna show you a 1 in 100 year pre-sea level rise event. 1 in 100 year, it's this scenario. Most of the airstrip is underwater. The government infrastructure on this side are affected as well. And more houses are being impacted over here too. So along the coastlines, it's like dark blue. So there's flooding on the coastlines as well, and a little bit here on the lagoon side. So if we go back to the 1 in a 10 year event, and then we add 32 centimeters sea level rise. 32 centimeter, which is like a ruler, a 30 centimeter ruler. We add 32 centimeters of sea level rise. This is the impact of sea level rise. 32 centimeter increase projected to be happening around 2050. The year 2050. This is the scenario of 32 centimeter sea level. Yes, so these are all underwater, which is on this side of the island. This is a 1 in a 10-year event, 32 centimeter sea level rise. So as you can see that most of the houses are on this side, they're like not vastly damaged. And this is where we can see how traditional knowledge plays a role in with the local people here on where to build their houses, where to settle, where to locate, and it's on the higher grounds on this side of the island. So this is a 1 in a 10-year event, 32 centimeter sea level rise. And now if we add 84 centimeter sea level rise, projected to be happening around 2100, this is the scenario. It's a complete wipeout of Funafuti Atoll. And this is the widest part of Funafuti only, not considering the narrower bits on either side of the island. It's a complete wipeout. So most of the houses are red, are pink. This side, that side is all underwater. Our government building, our agriculture, our piggeries, and my house is red. She's somewhere here. So this is the scenario that we don't want to get into. And we don't necessarily have to get into this scenario. These are just projections based on data, accurate data, LIDAR data. These are all accurate data, and these are just projections, but we don't necessarily have to get here, and we don't want to get here. And that's the reason why we're here at COP, so that we don't get into this situation. And the message to all our leaders with the importance of science, data, and narrative to reduce your carbon emissions, phase out fossil fuel, so that we don't get to this situation. And so with the government, with all this data available, with all the science available, our TCAP project, which is our LTAP project that Alan is coordinating, we've actually built a reclamation land. So our reclamation land is on this side, which on the, sorry, but it's the last bit on this. And this is the reclamation land. So we've built a reclamation land here for adaptation purposes. And we built it here because, you know, it's like higher grounds on this side rather than building it on that side. So this is a 7.3 hectares of land, reclamation land. And I'm just going to hand over to Alan so that he can explain more about his adaptation project.
Sure. My question is about, you've specifically gone 32 centimetres or 34 and 82 centimetres rise. What does 1.5 degrees equate to in the modelling? That's... No, this is actually the extreme end. This is the extreme end? Yeah. So, so this is currently projections, as in this is where we're heading. This is what we're going to get? Yes. So on the Paris Agreement, if we meet the Paris Agreement, we'll still hit 30 centimetres. That 32 centimetres, it's pretty much locked in. Yep. So by 2050, the challenge is, or the thing we want... Okay.
So we're currently on track for at least 30 centimetres, and we can't avoid that, right? Even if we meet the Paris Agreement. So that 2050 scenario you saw, it's locked. To be clear, this is inundation event. So this is when there's a wave flooding event. With that sea level rise scenario, this is the flooding level. So this is at the highest tide. The water will dissipate, but obviously food crops, water impacted, infrastructure impacted, you know, it's coming back from salt water in the trees or in your crops in any way, you know, takes a long time to recover. So that 30 centimetres is pretty much locked, even if we meet the Paris Agreement. These projections are based on the way we are currently tracking, based on Tuvalu's climate scenarios. Well, yeah. Look, Alan can probably comment on this specifically to Tuvalu.
Scenario? Yeah. This, what we are seeing now here is a one in 100 years, which means that for in 100 years, you can expect to see one happening. Back in 1972, there was Hurricane BB, which is sea level rise, and it's a 1 in 100 years. And then 1982, 1991, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, 2000, 2015, 2020. All these events were supposedly a 1 in 100 years events. So we see the frequency and the intensity of these events happening. So yeah, they do not respect our traditional, seasonal calendar, and they are happening more frequently. Yeah.
It also, so the scenarios don't take into account other factors.
Ocean
So
acidification.
ocean acidification, coral reefs breaking down, waves getting closer to shore, other anthropogenic threats in terms of marine pollution, which technically doesn't sit under a UNFCCC process. So there's a big conversation at the moment from the region around the International Tribunal for Law of the Sea and the UN Law of the Sea to talk around the ocean impact, because the different arms don't necessarily talk to each other. And that is something that the Pacific's been very strong on regionally. Ocean needs to be part of the conversation, and this is why. And so, we have other modelling from other islands, both in Tuvalu and other countries, and, same with Kiribati, with low-lying freshwater lenses that sit under the atolls that are the freshwater source, both for drought and non-drought conditions. And so looking at these inundation events and how that affects the aquifers and what their recovery rate is are things that we're really trying to understand. So in the Marshalls, we're doing modelling at the moment to model their water lens in Majuro, which is a major water lens for the main population, to understand that if there was a big inundation event, what kind of recovery time frames are we looking at to get that replenishment to actually have the lens recharged and, reoperating for the communities. And in some of the other islands in Tuvalu, it's similar conversations, but the lens in Funafuti it's not really used. It's rainwater and rainwater tanks. So it's a different conversation in different parts. The thing with this is this reclamation doesn't flood. And so, the message of with time, countries can adapt. Tuvalu are the leaders globally on showing that it works. And so we do have to slow it down. Even if we are heading towards this 30 centimetres, we still need to work to slow it down so that countries have the time and space to both access the finance, which is a difficult burden as it is, and also do what they need to do based on